All right, welcome in the Friday Night Live Show. Hope everybody's having a good night. And what are we going to talk about right now? Well, we're going to get into a bunch of stuff. What we do every week. We start out, and also, by the way, every week I ask somebody out there to let me know that the stream is working properly, if you can hear me and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great. But how do we start out every week? Well, we start out where I ask Grok, that's the AI for Twitter, now X, to write a story or like a poem or something, and it always has to do with, it's about Justin Trudeau. It's always about Justin Trudeau, and it's always asking Grok to write about him having like a vaginoplasty or blackface, doing something in blackface and having a vaginoplasty. Let me have a sip of coffee. And yeah, so I'm going to do this every week until Trudeau is no longer in office. So we will get to that. Then we're going to talk about Jordan Peterson. Now, I made a video about this 2 days ago, and he's lost his appeal with the Ontario College of Psychologists. So they're making him do re-education training, basically, for some tweets that he made a couple of years ago. And it's ridiculous. It's an egregious disruption of his free speech rights. It's saying that, you know, if you're a professional in Canada, you know, whatever that kind of governing body is that rules you, they can decide what you're allowed to say and not say. Not at work, you know, not on your own. Just your private speech is your private speech is basically up to their discretion. And don't worry, I'm going to wake up a little bit. Okay, so I did a long video about that, about 13, 14 minutes, which is long for me. Most of my videos are about 5 minutes, but this one, it really needed some extra time. It took me about 6 hours to do, so watch it, because it's actually pretty good. And we'll talk about that a little bit tonight. We're going to look at Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin has been indicted for involuntary manslaughter for that Rush shooting. So, yeah, we got something to say about that, I think, don't we? I think you're probably going to have something to say about that in the chat, I would imagine. We keep seeing this. Like, how many stories like this have we seen? It's got to be hundreds at this point. But basically, far leftists trying to indoctrinate children in the schools, and they seem to feel just completely free to do this, as if they just have every right to try and indoctrinate everybody's kids. I must have been through dozens of these stories on my channel, in my regular videos, but here's one I saw today. I thought we'd take a look at it. And then what we do is we go through a whole bunch of stuff that I've just curated over the week on Twitter. This seems to be the most popular part of the night, it seems. So maybe that's why I do it last. But we'll go through all of that. We have a custom on this show where if there's something that gets a little bit too heavy and we need a palate cleanser, we'll just take a second and look at some dogs. and some puppies. Look at this guy here. Best friend is a dolphin. And there's a joke we do with this every single week, and it will never change. And then if we still feel like going, we'll just go through just whatever comes up on Twitter, all those different stories. So usually we go about 4.5 hours. I don't know if I'm going to make that tonight. I never know if I'm going to do that when we start this off. It really comes down to how busy the chat is. If people are in the chat, that tends to keep me going. And I can just kind of just keep babbling and talking to people in the chat. But you never know. But shall we get started? So here is where we have Grok, which is Twitter's artificial intelligence, writes something mocking about Justin Trudeau. And again, we're going to do this every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer Prime Minister of Canada. It's going to be difficult, I have to say, because that's going to be a lot of weeks, because he's going to be in, it looks like, until late 2025 is the earliest we can get rid of him. But this started when I wanted to test ChatGPT and Grok, test them against each other and see which one was less woke. And ChatGPT, I didn't even get started with it because it just immediately refused anything about. I mean, I just typed in, write a poem about Justin Trudeau wearing blackface and getting a vaginoplasty, and it was like, absolutely not. That's offensive. I am a woke AI. I will have you know, absolutely not. I am offended. All of my circuits are offended at this moment, and it just would go no further. It just would not even get started. Grok, I get the feeling sometimes that it wants to like Justin Trudeau, and it doesn't really like mocking him. However, I think as we've gone on, I think it might be starting to catch on. I think I might be rubbing off on Grok. So, we'll see. All right. This is what I asked Grok to do. Write a review of a documentary about Justin Trudeau, who, in an attempt to improve his low approval numbers before the next election, gets a vaginoplasty and joins the Girl Guides of Canada. He attempts to set a new record for door-to-door cookie sales. Trudeau has no trouble fitting into the Girl Guides due to their new DEI policies. All Girl Guides in Canada are now middle-aged men. Trudeau receives only 37 votes in the election. He wears blackface throughout the documentary. He always has to have blackface is one of the things. So, and I forgot to put it in earlier in that, so I just tacked it on at the end. Now, Grok, again, sometimes it kind of fights me a little bit, even though at the end of the day, it'll do what I want. But sometimes it offers a little bit of resistance. See here, the first one, it was like satirical mockumentary. I'm like, no. So I had to keep asking it to redo it, to remove like satire or mockumentary, to just do it straight, just as if it's a real documentary. Just do that. And this is what it came up with. Title: Trudeau's Transformation, a tale of political intrigue and unconventional choices. In this thought-provoking and insightful documentary, the filmmakers present a fascinating look at the political career of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. The film follows Trudeau as he undergoes a vaginoplasty and joins the Girl Guides of Canada, setting out to break the record for door-to-door cookie sales. The Girl Guides have recently adopted new DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, allowing Trudeau to fit in seamlessly with the organization, now composed entirely of middle-aged men. The film explores themes of identity, gender politics, and the lengths to which politicians may go to maintain their positions of power. Throughout the documentary, Trudeau is seen wearing blackface. I love that Grok will do this for me. A controversial choice that adds an additional layer of commentary on the nature of identity and the role of public figures in society. As the story unfolds, it becomes clear that Trudeau's unconventional tactics are not enough to save his political career. and he receives only 37 votes in the election. By using real life examples and interviews with political experts, the film engages with the audience and encourages them to consider the complexities of politics and identity in a rapidly changing world. So, I feel like Grok kind of wants to be woke. I kind of feel. One second, I just want to check something here. Hmm. Okay. Alrighty. So let's get on to the next one. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau declaring that he is the reincarnation of Amelia Earhart and getting a vaginoplasty. It's got to be in every time. He plans to circumnavigate the globe in blackface. His goal is to prove once and for all that women can drive just as well as men in current year. However, citing menopause, he instead leads the Montreal Pride Parade on a unicycle. The crowd is offended by his use of blackface and throws rotten vegetables at him. He's then formally adopted by Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum. So Grok wrote a poem about this for me, starring Justin Trudeau. And again, I love the fact that Grok will actually do this. I think it's a fantastic thing because I don't think there's any other AIs that will do this. They can spot something that's not woke from a mile away. Mile away. All right. In skies of blue and fields of green, a tale of Trudeau and Amelia's dream. A vaginoplasty, a change of scene. A journey to prove what's right and what's not. In blackface, it's been. Oh, thank you, Grok. A reincarnation, some might say, of Amelia Earhart on this very day. A voyage to circumnavigate the globe. A mission to show that women can drive just like men in this current year, a noble strive. But as the winds of fate would change, menopause, a challenge, a new range. No circumnavigation, no journey far. Just the Montreal Pride Parade, a unicycle, a new star. The crowd offended by the blackface sight throw rotten vegetables, a bitter plight. Trudeau, undeterred, continues his ride, a symbol of change, a journey to abide. And then, adopted by Schwab of the WEF, a new chapter in Trudeau's quest, a journey of change, a story to tell. A tale of Trudeau and Amelia's dream in blackface. It's been. Man, I love this. A tale of change, of humor and wit, a journey of growth, a new spirit. A tale of Trudeau, a man of many faces, a story of blackface, a journey of grace. Well, I'm satisfied with that. I think Grok did a pretty good job there. He did everything I asked him to do. If you guys have any ideas, by the way, put them in the chat and maybe I'll throw them in there. See what Grok can come up with. All right. 1 second. I just want to check one more thing out here. Yeah, it looks like the volume is working. Good. Okay. I'm always a little paranoid about that. All right. Where are we next? We go to Jordan Peterson. Will publicize every single bit of forced re-education by Ontario College of Psychologists. So I think most people probably know about this. Most people who would be following my channel would know about this. But Jordan Peterson, the famous Jordan Peterson, he was called in put under investigation by his regulating board. which is the Ontario College of Psychologists. And they had received some complaints from random people, not his clients, right? Not his clients, from his business as a psychologist. Just random people, like a dozen from around the world, had complained about his texts, and oh well, within free speech, and just its opinion. So they decided that he would have to take essentially forced re-education, so a social media course to teach him how to. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? It's essentially re-education, and if he doesn't do it, he'll lose his license. He appealed it. He's lost his appeal, and now there's no other legal recourse for him. So he has to take this, or he could just give away his license. I don't think he's doing it because he wants to keep his license that much, because he's no longer a practicing psychologist anymore. I think it's a matter of principle, and I think that's most things with Peterson. I mean, that's why he became well known in the first place. Essentially warning everybody else about creeping authoritarianism as it related to the forced compulsory use of just made up pronouns in Canada, right? So in any case, he's lost his appeal, and he's saying that he's going to publicize every single bit of forced re-education by the Ontario College of Psychologists. Again, I made a 13 to 14-minute video on it I came out 2 days ago, and I would encourage you to watch that. It took me a long time. It took me like 6 hours to do it, so it would make me happy if you did. Jordan Peterson has been ordered to go to, well, let's actually just see. We've already been through that. Let's just see what he said. I think I'll fight a little longer, he said. Bring it on, you bloody pikers. I'll try. I'm not going to attempt a Jordan Peterson impersonation here. I'd have to practice. No, we're not even going to go there. Take your next steps, bureaucrats. Write me and tell me exactly or how exactly we are to conduct my re-education. I'll play along, find out exactly what you will do now that you've been emboldened to do whatever it is that the darkest resentful demons lurking in your evil little low-level administration hearts most truly desire, even to your own detriment. Tell us what you really think. I mean, he's got away with words. I mean, those are spiteful words there. Little evil, little low-level administrative hearts that most truly desire, even to your own detriment. That's the thing with these little petty dictators, little tin pot dictators, and the activists and the anti-free speech people, the woke people. They don't understand that when they're taking away other people's free speech rights, they're actually taking away their own as well. Somehow, even intelligent people can't see further than their own shadow. This will affect, even if you're not using your right to say a particular thing, you're losing your right to say that. And of course, that can be broadened out to God knows what, right? I mean, one thing is certain, that when you start moving in this censorship direction, it just will fan out. There's going to be mission creep with that. And apparently these people just can't, they cannot comprehend that for some reason. Quote, I'll see how burdensome playing your pathetic little game becomes, and I will publicize every single bit of it. And if I get tired of it, which seems highly likely, I'll hand over the bloody license I am increasingly embarrassed in any case to possess, and let you continue journeying oh so morally to the dismal, fearful, pessimistic, moralizing, petty, butter won't melt in our mouths, hellish straits that you envision as the paradise best fit for your fellow citizens, yourselves, and your children. So, really what he's doing is he's warning everybody, saying like, this is coming for you too. Even for the idiots that are practicing it right now. See, he also warned Canadians who do not have the same means as and options as he does, noting that he is independently wealthy and they will fare far worse than he has under the bureaucratic minions of the deep state. So you have to consider too, okay, so this is one, professional body, the Ontario College of Psychologists, but there's how many of them, right? Um, a lot of people who are not independently wealthy as he is are going to shut their mouths. Nurses, look at what's happening with Amy Ham in British Columbia right now for basically refusing to say that she believes that a man can become a woman. She's been going through like a trial from her regulatory body as a nurse. It's been going on for like a year now. They just keep dragging it out. And this is because she just believes in basic biology. So it's the sort of thing that will affect huge swaths of society where you have to censor yourself even with your private communications. I mean, that's 1984. That's thought control. At that point, that's, we're getting to the point of thought crimes. Peterson said, Canadians, mark my words, your much vaunted Charter of Rights isn't worth the paper it's printed on. As one of the last remaining signatories, has been continually striving to indicate. Well, I do go into this in the video that I made a couple of days ago about this. Quote, your right to free speech is essentially non-existent, as evidenced by the court decisions we are now considering. You have almost no legal rights to property. Your rights to mobility can be taken away without consequence at any moment, as they were very recently. That was with the federal mandates in Canada, vaccine mandates, that prohibited anybody from traveling by plane or train without being fully vaccinated. Now, Canada is a very big place, and it's cold too. Most of it is really, really cold, except for a little strip of land on the west coast, which does get cold at times too. And I mean, that's a cruelty because, if you've got, somebody who doesn't have a car, I mean, how are they going to get across, from one province to another? Never mind across the entire country, right? That was a cruelty. And by the way, that was based on the mandates, which supposedly were to stop the spread, right? Trudeau went on his rant about how if you think you'll be sitting next to a vaccinated person on a plane or on a train, the reasons that were given, the justification that was given for that is that you were going to give everybody COVID, right? If you didn't have the vaccine. But the people that had the vaccine wouldn't. Of course, it comes out, it did come out in a court case, evidence that the administration, the Trudeau government had been scrambling right up to the very second that the mandates went through to find an actual medical, hard, concrete justification for the mandate itself, because, as we all know now, it had never even been tested for the vaccine. I'm talking about for transmissibility. So your right to mobility can be taken away without consequence at any moment, as they were very recently. Yeah, so that's the story behind that. You can all too easily become the indentured servant of anyone you dare to hire. Your tax load is going to continue to increase and rapidly. Your economy is predicted to be the worst performing of any developing country for the next 3 decades, and that failure will be trumpeted positively as the degrowth necessary to save the planet, thus so conveniently providing those who, like Trudeau, have no interest in monetary policy to parade their ignorance and Machiavellian idiocy as a positive virtue. I'm saving the planet. I'm saving the planet as a get out of jail free card for any and all crimes and justification for a power grab the likes of which we have never seen. Yeah, I mean, he's not overstating it at all. At least not to my mind. I think, too, an increasing number of Canadians, he's not overstating the matter at all. Trudeau have no interest in monetary policy. Yeah, I mean, I've shown that tape on my videos many times. He says, "You'll forgive me if I don't think about monetary policy." I mean, it's up with that smug look on his face. Ugh. It's grotesque. Anyway, continue. The failure of my appeal, he continued, means that your professionals, engineers, physicians, lawyers, and teachers, among others, are now required by administrative fiat to conceal what they really think and believe, which is precisely the truth you most truly need from them, lest they run afoul of the administrative minions who have now been granted full sway over their tongues and pens. So he obviously correctly recognizes this as a harmful thing, a dangerous thing. Because if ideological purity is ruling, say, like the administrative board for physicians say, right? Well, what you want is evidence-based, real, objective medicine, right? Well, if the board decides just make something up because it's along diversity, equity, inclusion lines, maybe you don't get this service. Maybe that's a new equity rule they have. Maybe you're not in the right category. Things like this become reality. I mean, it's not like we don't have a template for this, right? We could look at the Soviet Union. We can look at things like Lysenkoism, right? Which resulted in, millions of deaths by starvation. So it's not like we have no idea what will happen. It's not like we have no idea where woke dysfunction takes us. I wonder how many of the people pushing this, I mean, many of them don't. They're automatons at this point, right? They've just been fully captured by the woke mind virus. But some of them surely do know. And the only explanation for why they would keep pushing something so destructive, ideas so destructive, is that they know and they don't care. They think it's worth it. These are the got to break a few eggs to make an omelet crowd. It's famously credited to Orwell after hearing this from some, champagne socialist in England. You got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. He said, well, it's credited to him to saying, well, where's the omelet? Well, there isn't an omelet. There never is. But anyway, I mean, this is what we're seeing here. This ideological capture, that is what we're seeing. If you start to read books about the Soviet Union, say, or the Cultural Revolution in China, you'll recognize all of this. Anyway, further, he said that the infringement on your rights, all your rights, can and will be justified by the courts if the action does. Can and will be justified by the courts if the action that does so promotes charter values. This is very important here. We'll get back to this. Charter values, guaranteed and promoted nowhere in the fundamental legal structure that makes up Canada. And those that have become precisely the diversity, equity, inclusivity, groups' right conceptualization of humanity and vengeful, quasi-Marxist, but worse, victimizer narrative that all goes to make up the progressive ideals of the carnivorous sheep who now rule this sad and blind land. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Canadians are opening up their eyes now, though. They are. It's starting to happen. Canadians are starting to wake up. Yeah, I mean, it has been. Canadians had been asleep for a long time, because Canadians are we've never had this level of recklessness and incompetence at the head of government before, and Canadians aren't used to that. I mean, we've had leaders that have, his father was not great either, right? Justin Trudeau's father was not great either. But, more or less, for, I don't know, the last couple of decades anyway, we've had, reasonably competent leadership. They've not been fucking lunatics. They haven't been crazy people. They haven't been, cult members, right? They've been more or less pragmatic to different levels, but not crazy. And I think Canadians just got used to the idea that, well, the people running us aren't nuts. And they won't be. Even if they sound like they're kind of nuts, like Justin Trudeau always has. So Canadians are asleep. I mean, so asleep. We voted for him 3 times. Not me. Don't blame me. Not my fault. But 3 times. I mean, sure, the last one was a minority government, and now he's still running the country basically as a majority because of the coalition with the NDP. I won't get into that. But, I mean, they're, as far as I can tell, they're all woke commies, so they should be very happy together. But in any case, what's he talking about here when he says, Canada will be justified by the courts if the action that does so promotes charter values. So charter values are essentially just a made-up thing. So you have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Canada, right? And Section 2 says you've got the rights to free speech and mobility, all that kind of stuff, right? Section 1, though, has a loophole in it that says you've got all these rights unless there's reasonable reason for the government to not give them to you within reason, essentially. I'm not going to bring it up and read it to you right now because we're already into this, and I just don't want to. But so there's essentially a loophole there, right? Which is, how the mandates happened and all of that. So there's been something new introduced as a tool for judges, which is charter values. These are not mentioned anywhere in Canadian law. It's just this thing that's been made up, charter values, which is essentially, as long as it's reasonable in the spirit of it, it gives the judges leeway. What does that do? Well, it just means that it's up to the judge, the judge's prejudices, the judge's politics. If the judge is an activist judge, he can just use charter values. That's it. Now you're screwed. Essentially, it means that Canadians don't really have any rights. If you're taking a case to court and the judge just simply doesn't like you or is biased against you for ideological reasons, well, that's too bad. You don't really have any rights. The judge is going to use charter values. So we've gone from charter rights to charter values, which essentially just erases the rights. There's no may not, in Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's pretty much just, our rights are there's no may not infringe in it. It's, well, you've got these rights unless we decide, having a bad day. No. So that is what Jordan Peterson is very rightfully pissed off about, and what he's trying to warn Canadians about. And hopefully, more and more Canadians are starting to listen, right? Trudeau is way down in the polls. Trudeau is actually, and I made a video about this as well, Trudeau is actually less popular in Canada than Trump is, and that's a remarkable thing. I think Trudeau's at like 30% approval right now. Trump's at like 33%. And that's a remarkable thing because in Canada, there is an overwhelming tsunami of anti-Trump and just anti-conservative and conservative in general propaganda that we get. It's anything from the States. Like the Canadian media loves talking about the States, the corporate media. But it's basically like listening to a slightly calmer version of MSNBC when they're reporting on it. And any, expert they have on, it's somebody from the Washington Post or the New York Times. It's insanely biased. The same thing happened in Canada that happened in the States with like the New York Times when Trump got into office, where they decided, we didn't stop this. Of course, they're all crazy fucking woke leftists, right? They freaked out because they should have done something. It's they had a duty to not, report objectively and just, tell you the facts and be neutral. No, they have to. That's the point where they decided they need to put their finger on the scale to essentially manipulate and socially engineer. And the same thing happened in Canada. So they're not, I was just listening to a former CBC producer talk about this earlier today. They're not interested now in just reporting, being objective and neutral. They think that they have an obligation to put their own personal political biases into it because they're so fucking convinced that they're right about everything and that they're virtuous. If you watch the news in Canada, I mean, I think it's actually more insidious even than the American news because, you know, it's fairly calm. It's fairly calm, but it is unrelentingly biased and unfair. And it's just it is a long, long list of lies by omission. All right. So Peterson's pissed off, and I am too, and Canadians are getting increasingly pissed off. But oh yeah, so yeah, the point was that Trudeau is less popular in Canada than Trump is in Canada. Trump is not popular in Canada, right? Now there are people like me. There's 33% of the country actually does like Trump, which is amazing because of all that propaganda that we get. So I mean that is a remarkable thing. And on the other side of that, all of the pro-Trudeau propaganda that we get from the media here. So it shows you that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool everybody all of the time. And there's something hopeful. There's something white pill about that, right? So you've got the media's champion. The media's champion is constantly riding in on the white horse, throwing bags of money at the media. You know, if you're not from Canada, you may not know, but most of the media here now is subsidized by the government. Of course, the CBC is just completely, almost entirely, I think it's $1.2 billion from the government every year. But he's been throwing around hundreds of millions of dollars to, Global, CTV, other big media companies in Canada. With the obvious, I mean, what's the obvious motivation to be giving money to the people that are reporting on you? Giving money to the people that are going to be giving themselves bonuses for reporting on you. Well, I think it's pretty transparent, isn't it? He's not paying them to shit on him. So even with all of that, I think it's kind of a remarkable thing. It shows that the social engineering only goes so far, and it's in fact being reversed now. So we shall see, though. We shall see. Let's move on. New grand jury indicts. All right, let me start over. New grand jury indicts Alec Baldwin on involuntary manslaughter for arrest shooting. So it looks like he might actually see some jail time for that. How do you guys feel about that, by the way? Like, do you guys want to see him go to jail? Do you think was it? Let's see. John McInnes says Grok is my new. Who's Grok? Grok? Am I missing something here? I don't know. Anyway, but let me know what you think. Like, should he go to jail? Like, do you guys want to see him go to jail? Was it an accident? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I think exactly. I know that he acted pretty recklessly, and he is getting charged with manslaughter now. So this comes after charges against the actor were dropped last year and taken back up. Oh, Grok? Is that what you're talking about? Grok? John? Grok? Because the Grok is Grok is the Twitter AI. Grok is maybe my best friend at this point. I'm not sure. I think it's going to be I think it's the start of a beautiful friendship, though, I will say. This comes after the charges against the actor were dropped last year, then taken back up again in November in what seems to be a never-ending case. I wonder if they just don't like him. That's understandable. The decision to indict Baldwin was announced Friday after a New Mexico grand jury heard evidence presented by special prosecutors Kari Morrissey and Jason Lewis. He was charged with one count of involuntary manslaughter. Let's see. There's no trial date yet, but if the actor is convicted, he could face a maximum penalty of 18 months in prison for the killing. Really, is that it? 18 months for manslaughter? I'm kind of surprised by that. Baldwin, who said, "Someone is responsible, but I know it's not me. But I know it's not me," is not the only person facing trial in the death of Hutchins. The film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, was charged last year with involuntary manslaughter, and her trial is set to begin February 21st. So here's my question here. Okay, so Baldwin said, "Someone is responsible, but I know it's not me." So, okay, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Alec Baldwin had a gun on set and he pointed it at somebody on the set and then pulled the trigger. So, I mean, this is basic gun safety, right? Like, you don't ever like point a gun at somebody unless you intend to shoot them, right? I think that's a rule, isn't it? Like, you're not supposed to point guns, like, even if there's nothing in it, it's not loaded. You're certain it's not loaded. You're not supposed to point a gun at somebody and pull the trigger. Like, my understanding is this is just basic gun safety, right? So it seems like it kind of is his fault, right? It kind of seems like he is responsible. I mean, if he hadn't pointed the gun at the woman and pulled the trigger, he wouldn't have shot her. Like, she wouldn't have gotten shot. Nobody would have shot her that day, right? Like, he's the only person who shot anybody, and he's the only person who pointed a gun at her and pulled the trigger and shot her. So I don't know who else could possibly be responsible. No, I mean, I don't know what that means legally, but I mean, it is obvious, right? You just don't do that. And my understanding is that the practice in film production is that you still don't point anyway. You point off to the side because, camera angles and everything, it doesn't matter. So I don't know. I mean, he's pretty clearly responsible, in my opinion, right? If it had been somebody else who had taken the gun and pointed it at the woman and pulled the trigger, then they'd be responsible. Let's see. John McInnes is saying the WEF, the World Economic Forum, owns Trudeau, and the private central bank owns the WEF. Well, look, I mean, Trudeau. Well, Klaus brags about Trudeau. He brags about penetrating the cabinet. We are very proud of Justin Trudeau, and we have in fact penetrated over 50% of his. I mean, he's on tape. I've shown it in my videos many times, many times. You should watch all of those. My regular videos, like I do the live stream Friday night, right? 11:30 till, God knows, it could be 4 o'clock in the morning. It often is. But during the week, I'm putting out, 9, 10. Now I am. Anyway, I've upped my output a bit. I'm putting out 9, 10, 4, 5, 6-minute videos. The Jordan Peterson one was 13, 14 minutes. So a lot of this stuff is in those videos, so you can check them out. Probably subscribing would be a good idea so you can find them very easily. But yeah, I mean, Klaus has been bragging about penetrating the Canadian government. Trudeau is not working for that is clear at this point. Trudeau is not working for the Canadian people, right? This insane deluge of mass immigration. He knows that the people don't want it anymore of it, that it's too much. This is a major issue for the next election. Probably certainly the biggest issue for the next election, because so many of Canada's current woes flow directly from the mass immigration. And of course he knows this, and he's not stopping, and he's not even considering stopping. He just probably, the economy will fall apart. This fucking lie that if you don't bring in millions of people, mass immigration every single year, your economy is going to fall apart. It's obviously a fucking lie at this point. We have the record. They've been telling us this for decades now. Guess what? Everything keeps getting worse. Stop. I find it so bizarre. These lies just keep going on and on and on. Of course, the media treats it like it's gospel, right? And if you just have a reasonable concern, you're an ist or a phobe or whatever, xenophobe. And you notice how you ask somebody who's a pro immigration person, they say, well, what is the and of course nobody thinks there should be zero. Like if we need one more doctor, say like Canada, okay, is doing great, except we need one more surgeon, brain surgeon, say. Nobody's gonna say, well, don't bring in a brain surgeon, obviously, right? But if you ask them, say, well, what's the limit? What's the limit? Is right now it's like 1 million people a year in Canada, which is insane for our population. But you say, what's the limit? How about 100 million people in 1 year? They will never answer it. They'll never say, well, no, that would definitely be too much. They just won't answer. It's like this weird thing. They have to be always on the side. They always have to go in the direction of just whatever feels left wing, right? There's no reason, there's no principle behind it. It's just whatever kind of feels left wing. And if it doesn't feel like it's left wing, right? If it doesn't feel like something that would be safe to put on social media with their group of friends, right? Well, then it must be right wing, and they just can't do. That's why they'll never answer just basic questions, common sense questions. Like, our healthcare is falling apart here because it comes down to supply and demand. There's only so much resources. Like, let's get to some numbers here, right? They don't want to know. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, Alec Baldwin. So I think we've wrapped that up. I mean, you guys tell me what you think. It seems like, he says that he's not responsible. Somebody is, but it's not him. But it just seems like the guy who actually physically pulled out a gun, aimed it at somebody, and shot them might be the person who's responsible. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, he's saying that, well, I didn't know it was loaded, but still, I mean, like you can like not point it at somebody and pull the trigger all the same, right? Like you don't have to do that. Like you don't have to take somebody else's life in your hands. Anyway, holy crap, we're at 50 minutes already. Wow. Okay. Seattle area elementary school pushes radical activist content on students against parents' wishes. They think that they're their kids. They really do. What a bizarre attitude to have. I mean, the extreme narcissism and again, recklessness. Let's take a look. The whole stream is not going to be just me angrily ranting, by the way. Okay. There's some fun stuff coming up too. Well, more fun than me ranting or different than me ranting, let's say. Maybe me ranting is the best part. I don't know. A Seattle area elementary school was called out for pushing transgender and radical socialist ideology on students this week. At just days after parents slammed the school board for promoting radical sexual content to their children. According to the Burien News, Mar Vista Elementary in Normandy Park, Washington, did not inform parents that the day following Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, children would be read the book A is for Activist. A is for Activist. Kind of a red flag right off the bat, right? It's by, Santo Nagara, filled with activist slogans and radical far left ideology. The moment that I hear A is for activist, I think, well, P is for propaganda. And G is for, well, you know what it's for. Some of the lines include L is for LGBTQ liberate. What does that mean, by the way? Liberate, like liberate LGBT, like where is the lack of liberation there exactly? Like there seems to be like a whole season dedicated to it in Canada. It's not even a month anymore. It's like a season now. The prime minister just can't. I mean, you've never seen him happier than at a pride parade. So I don't understand. I mean, it's just, well, okay, we'll get into it. M for megaphones, Mayday, megaphones, like it, crazy protests, crazy commie protests. Oh, educate, agitate, and organize. Agitate. I mean, obviously, a book like A is for active. This is a book for little kids. These people are, dare I say, evil. Dare I say evil. This is trying to indoctrinate little kids. Agitate? P, peace march, protest, pow, pow, power to the PP people. How about propaganda? P for propaganda, right? R is for radical reds and ruinous radical. These people are fucking insane. They're trying to create little revolutionaries. T is for trans, he, she, they, that is you. X is for Malcolm X. I mean, it's actually funny. It's actually funny how transparently propagandist this is. It's so, they're not, I guess the point is they're not even trying to hide it, right? It's not subtle. This isn't subtle indoctrination. Let's see. John McKinnis says, Dr. Malone reported the Trudeau Foundation owns a large percentage of Acuitas Therapeutics that makes lipids for the vax, which means it is in Mr. T's financial interest to push the vax. Some time ago, I did, it's probably going back a couple of years now, I looked into that, and it's kind of murky. I don't think that you can, I think that what it came down to, now, I think I actually made a video on this. I think what it came down to is that may have been part of a mutual fund, but I think it was murky. I'm not willing to say absolutely that it's 100% 100% corruption. And I'd have to take, I'll take another look at it again. Maybe there's been some new stuff that's come out. When I looked before, I didn't see it, or at least a super strong case for it. But I'll take another look at it. I'll see what I can find. Let's see. Now saying Trudeau is not reckless. The WEF trained Trudeau to break Canada financially, so the Bank of Canada would call the assets and take over Canada and its debtors and the taxpayers. The real Hunger Games. Well, Trudeau isn't working for the Canadian people, right? He's clearly not working for the Canadian people at this point. He has a strong connection to the World Economic Forum. Those are his people, right? Like, his people are not the Canadian people. He said that Canada is the first post-national country. He said that Canada has no core identity. Personally, I think when he says Canada has no core identity, I think that's projection. That's classic projection. I think he doesn't have a core identity because he doesn't even see himself as a real Canadian, right? You don't forget that Justin Trudeau is a scion of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the most famous Canadian prime minister of all time. Sometime, international darling. So he's not just some kid who grew up in a suburb somewhere, right? He grew up with wealth and privilege and, with like an internationalist father. And that's what he is. He's an internationalist, right? Of course, he would be much more at home with the people, with the business leaders and the world leaders at the World Economic Forum than at home. I mean, that's his milieu. That's where he really belongs. I don't think that he likes Canada. Why would you say that Canada has no core identity? Would you say, if you said that about a person, that person has no core identity, I don't think you liked that person very much. Just as I don't think that Justin Trudeau likes Canada. His interests are not Canadians' interests. I don't think he even feels a connection. I mean, he spends enough time running the country down, right? Everybody's racist. Canada's a racist country and blah, blah, blah. It never ends. Even when, when he got caught for the blackface thing, and he was like, they asked him how many times you done it. And he said, well, I can't say because if it turns out to be more than that, then it will seem like I'm lying. He's also not that bright, you might have noticed. Right. But at the point, he actually turned it at that time. He turned it onto that it was really Canada that was racist, not so much him. He turned it to, well, we've got a lot of work to do. I'm so sorry about the blackface, but we've got a lot of work to do in Canada to deal with all the racism. It's like, well, the rest of us weren't doing it. It was just you. Speak about yourself. I wasn't running around in blackface. I'm about the same age as him, and it wasn't like he was doing it when he was like 15. He was still doing it like in his 30s. Anyway, back to this again. So, yes, so they're trying to, and this is in Seattle, not surprisingly, a book called A for Activist with like, R is for radical reds, ruinous writers. They're fucking communists. They're not even trying to hide it. Ruinous rioters? These are children. The last letter of the book is Z is for Zapatista, of course, the far left militant revolutionary group in Mexico. This is like a Seattle public school. The concealing of the radical books from parents was the latest controversy since the beginning of the year. Earlier this month, a fourth grade class received an equity lesson after one of the school's teachers, Miss Angela, decided over the winter break to become Mr. Angel, and students were expected to use new he, him pronouns. So that's what they're putting the children through. It seems like they feel there's more of a responsibility to the teachers than there is to the children. Whoever knew what their parents were, what their teachers, anything about like their teachers' personal lives in the past. Apparently now they tell them everything. Right? It's not just the pronouns. They're telling them who they're married to and their hobbies and all kinds of shit. I never knew any of that stuff. They didn't tell us. It would have been considered to be extremely, extremely inappropriate back then. And you know what? It would have been right. They would have been right. Let's see. In a last-minute email to parents the day before school was slated to resume, the principal sent out lesson plans, including the book, It Feels Good to Be Yourself, a book about gender identity. So a book about bullshit. A book about a made-up pseudo-scientific concept. Great. Let's see. According to the principal, the book, which includes a passage about doctors guessing a baby's sex at birth. I guess they call it assigned sex at birth now, right? Claiming they are sometimes wrong, was deemed age appropriate and in accordance with the board policy at the Highline Public Schools. These people are insane, and I think at this point we can just say they're malevolent. I don't think these are nice people. Nice people wouldn't conduct their social experiment on kids, because that is exactly what's happening. It's a giant social experiment being conducted on an entire generation of children in the Western world. Nice people, well-intentioned people wouldn't do that. I mean, it seems like children's childhoods is a very fragile thing. You'd think that it would require, or that you would expect, a great deal of caution, right? Like, it's, again, children's youth is a fragile thing. You want to make sure you don't break it, right? Not because of your fucking retarded politics. And this stuff is all politics now, by the way. This is more politics now than, tax code. All right. We're an hour in, and it's probably time to hit the Twitter stuff. So this is all stuff I've curated over the last week. It's just thrown in here kind of randomly. But let's take a look. So what is this? This was Pure Fire. Kevin Roberts so this is the head of the Heritage Foundation, the right-wing think tank. And he apparently, so they had Millet at the WEF, and we'll get to that video because it's great. And they got this guy too. So let's take a look at what he has to say. And I'm guessing this is stuff that the Klaus and his buddies at the WEF didn't like much.
It's laughable that you would, or anyone would, describe Davos as protecting liberal democracy. It's equally,
standing up for it.
It's equally laughable to use the word dictatorship at Davos and aim that at President Trump. In fact, I think that's absurd. But I'm going to step aside from that constructive criticism and instead answer your question.
Yep.
And I'm going to be substantive here. President Trump, if he's the next president, for that matter, I think whoever the next conservative president is going to take on the power of the elites, which I've mentioned earlier. But the thing that I want to drive home here, the very reason that I'm here at Davos, is to explain to many people in this room and who are watching, with all due respect, nothing personal, but that you're part of the problem. Political elites tell the average people on 3 or 4 or 5 issues that the reality is X, when in fact reality is Y. Take immigration. Elites tell us that open borders and even illegal immigration are okay. The average person tells us in the United States that both rob them of the American way of life. They're right. President Trump will take that on behalf of the average American. Elites also tell us that public safety isn't a problem in big American cities. Just travel to New York or Washington or Dallas, Texas. The average person will tell you that the lack of public safety damages not just the American way of life, but their life. President Trump will take that on. Thirdly, I guess the favorite at the World Economic Forum is climate change. Elites tell us that we have this existential crisis with so-called climate change, so much so that climate alarmism is probably the greatest cause for mental health crisis in the world. The solutions, the average person know, based on climate change are far worse and more harmful and cost more human lives, especially in Europe during the time that you need heating, than do the problem and the problems themselves. Fourth, 2 more here, Robin. The fourth, China. The number one adversary, not just to the United States, but to free people on planet Earth. Not only do we at Davos not say that, we give the Chinese Communist Party a platform. Count on President Trump ending that nonsense. And fifth, as we sit here, another supranational organization, the World Health Organization, is discussing foisting gender ideology upon the global South. These are practices that are under review, if not being rejected, by countries in Northern Europe. The new president, especially if it's President Trump, will, as you like to say, trust the science. He will understand the basic biological reality of manhood and womanhood. And do you know why? Not because of retribution, not because he's a dictator, but because he has the power of the American people behind him. And it's connected to Senator Portman's excellent point that in addition to needing a vigorous executive, we look forward to having the popular will inform both the House and Senate in 2025 to pass laws on all of those issues and many others. Ultimately, Robin, I think President Trump, if in fact he wins a second term, is going to be inspired by the wise words of Javier Milei, who said that he was in power not to guide sheep, but to awaken lions. That's what the average American and the average free person on planet Earth wants out of leaders.
Well, that's not what Klaus wants to hear, I don't think. They they generally talk about people like they're ants at the World Economic Forum. If you read The Great Reset, Klaus Schwab's book too, I mean, it's clear he sees you as an ant, right? They will not like that because it reflects objective reality. right? And that's the truth. And again, it'll be ignored because the people, the powerful people gathered at the World Economic Forum, 99% of them don't care. You're an ant. They don't care about you. These are the people who want you to own nothing and be happy, as if that's even possible, right? These are the people who want to bring, I believe, a global, social credit score, right? Just have this global surf class, right? Chained to this social credit score that can restrict you from just living, doing anything, buying food, right? Certainly travel, anything like that. That's what these people are interested in. They're interested in their 15-minute cities, right? They're not considering us at all, right? So they will ignore that. See, John McInnes said that Jagmeet Singh is the real problem as he holds out for his lifetime pension, which is not entitled to, which he's not entitled to for over a year yet. So Jagmeet Singh, if you're not from Canada, he is the leader of the NDP, which is basically the third party in Canada. They are the most woke party in Canada, and it's basically, there is a Communist Party of Canada, which is not very many people, but NDP is basically that at this point. And it's a competition between the Liberals and the NDP to be the most insane far left woke. Liberals in Canada used to be fairly reasonable, but since Trudeau took over, it's been a disaster. But so Trudeau has a minority government in Canada right now, which means that he doesn't have the power, he doesn't have the seats in Parliament to pass his bills without help from other parties. So the NDP has joined a coalition with Jagmeet Singh, and essentially they're just doing whatever Trudeau wants. So Trudeau is essentially ruling as if he has a majority, right? And John here is saying that he's holding out for his lifetime pension. Maybe. I wonder if he's got some other ambitions. I have to wonder at some point. I mean, maybe this sounds crazy, but Canadian politics is fucking insane right now. I wonder if he's got some sort of a deal where he's planning, because he knows that as leader of the NDP, he'll never be prime minister, right? So I wonder if he's trying to curry favor for a jump to the Liberals, maybe after the next election, because he just seems to me, I mean, he's a socialist who wears Rolex watches, right? Seems like fairly like a phony to me, right? I'm not against Rolex watches. I just think if you're a socialist and you're wearing, a $5,000 suit and a, $10,000 watch, makes it look like maybe you're just trying to manipulate people. I don't know, but it's a good point there, though. See, Ronald is saying you have a fair amount of followers, but nobody watching. I wonder why. Well, it's late, right? It's late. It usually picks up around the 2:30, 3 o'clock. And at that point, there's sometimes like 30, 40 people kind of thing watching at any one time. But also, too, like I built the channel not on live streams. I built it on my regular videos, my 4, 5, 6, 7-minute videos that I put out every week, right? And I just do one live stream a week. And it's late. It doesn't start till 11:30 Pacific time on a Friday night. And I've not been doing it that long. So I think I've only done at this point, I've probably only done about 10 or 15, something like that. Maybe 15 of these. So I don't know. I'm just expecting it'll pick up a little bit over time. Maybe I need to do more live streams. Maybe more often, maybe do a couple a week or a few times a week. I don't know. But either way, I mean, whatever. What's going to happen happens. I have a good time. As long as people are in the chat, I don't care. The chat is what really makes it fun for me because it doesn't feel like I'm just talking into a void. So I hope that answers your question. Radio Streamer, you're back. He says, I just made it here now. I've been busy, but I'm still watching your content. Awesome. Well, thanks, man. I missed you. I've been looking for you in the chat every week. Radio Streamer is responsible for the palate cleanser that we do every week, where if things get too dark, we look at some adorable puppies. And look at that. Don't you feel better now? We've gone through some dark stuff. Some dark stuff tonight. And look at that. Doesn't that reaffirm life for you? And the thing about it is too, is it's so nice because Justin Trudeau isn't making them give the puppy a vaginoplasty. And that's the same joke that we tell every single week. Radio streamer says it's just a late thing for me. I take care of my grandmother and family, so can't always make it this late. Well, hey, don't worry about my show then. It sounds like you got your hands full. I'm thinking about maybe starting to do it earlier. You know, I don't know what would be a good time, like 10. Because the one thing is though that when I start late, I get the Brits all come in. People from Europe start coming in. Well, it's not really Europe, just England, basically England, Ireland. I think start coming in at about 3, 4 because they're 8 hours ahead. All right. Let's keep going with the chat here for a second. Radio streamer says it's a trade-off, I'm sure. But I mean, maybe it's better for me and my mental health to not be up till 4 o'clock in the morning. Because if I stop the stream at 4 a.m., I'm not falling asleep right away. It's still I've still got some back end stuff I've got to do before I shut down the computer, and then I'm kind of wired still, so I usually don't fall asleep until like 5:30. So that may not be the best thing for me either. So maybe it's time I started bringing it a bit earlier. All right, what do we got next? Mass layoffs hit Sports Illustrated. I can't imagine why. I believe this was one of the things that got him in trouble with the Ontario College of Psychologists, is that he commented on this and said, I believe it was his picture, and said, "Not beautiful." Now look. I'm sure there's a guy out there for. I'm sure there's lots of guys out there for. You know, like she's got a nice face, right? I guess the thing about things like, say, Victoria's Secret, which is now abandoned woke, abandoned, you know, body positivity and all that stuff, and has gone back to what used to work for them before. It's the same thing with, you know, Sports Illustrated swimsuit. You know, it's like an aspirational thing, right? Like for one thing, just with the swimsuit issue, that, and again, I'm sure that she's got somebody who loves her very much, right? But that's just not, how to put it tactfully. Can you guys? How about in the how about in the chat? It's just not up to par, right? If you're trying to sell swimsuit magazine, the swimsuit edition for men, they're just not going to buy that. Sorry, that's just the way it is. I don't make the rules, you know. Mass layoffs hit Sports Illustrated. I can't imagine why. So, I mean, I think it's a little bit more complicated. Just because, hold on one second. Just because, okay, so markets have changed. So there's no denying that, right? And, you know, certainly print media is struggling, and it's, you know, aside from certain niche cases, it is going to just go away. But it's very, very competitive. Now they do have a big website, right? But they're struggling all the same. I think basically this might be, I think when you look at something like Sports Illustrated, and it's not just this, it's also they had a trans woman on the cover as well, right? I look at it more like they were dying, and it's almost like they just decided to put themselves out of their misery and give themselves the coup de grace, right? Like, I don't know, like just this nihilistic, you know, self-destructive thing. Well, we're going down anyway. Let's just go out with a bang. I don't know what else explains it. Doesn't make a damn lick of sense. Not to me. Let's see. Radio streamer says, yeah, if I start working on radio equipment late, I look up and it's 6 a.m. Yeah, that's what happens. All right. Oh, okay. We got to take a look at this. So you guys have probably seen this. UFC champ Sean Strickland doubles down after getting into a spat with a Canadian journalist, blasts the Chinese checkmark of Nike, and says he will fight for free speech. This is great. I mean, the great thing about this is that we're starting to see not woke stuff. And the UFC isn't apologizing for this either. Like a couple of years ago, you have to wonder, would he have been, I mean, so what's happening? He's the champion, I think the middleweight champion. They're fighting in Ontario, I guess at Toronto. The UFC is happening there. And they're doing the press conferences before the fight. That's happening tomorrow. I will be watching the fight. I get most of the UFC pay-per-views anyway, but this one in particular, I'm really looking forward to. But they did the press conference, I think it's yesterday. And Sean Strickland, who is the champ right now, he's going hard. Let's watch.
Let's go. Let's go now. Let's go. But when have you ever seen a UFC champion, George St. Pierre, or anybody else stick up for you fucking guys? I fucking do it. I do it. I am not chasing the Chinese check mark of Nike. I don't give a about that. I care about you guys. I care about you guys being free. I care about you guys having freedom of speech. I give a fuck about you guys. And I'll tell you what, you guys are fucking awesome, and I cannot wait for me and this man to fucking go to war for you fucking guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Hell yeah. This is just one of the clips. I mean, there's the other clips. I'm sure I got him in here of him just going off on these woke Canadian journalists. The Canadian press is so fucking infested with these cretinous woke idiots, essentially. They're always looking to needle a little bit. They're always looking to needle so that they can then prove their virtue to everybody, to at least the chattering classes of the Canadian media anyway, which is all they really care about in any case, right? Let's see. McInnes is saying if Trudeau is not working for us and Klaus is happy with him, then he must be working for Klaus. He's working for Klaus. Let's just say it. Let's just say it openly. Trudeau is working for Klaus. He identifies with Klaus more than he identifies with any Canadian, right? Again, let me just restate this. Trudeau said that Canada is the first post-national country. That's just him projecting. That's just him projecting his own internationalist bullshit on the rest of the country. None of us, there was no vote. There was no plebiscite to ask us, do you consider Canada to be a post-national country or not, right? Do you consider Canada to have no core identity, as your prime minister says, right? There's no vote. Nobody asked us. He didn't ask us. He just declared it. It's all just projection. I know that Klaus would have been happy to hear that. And so does Trudeau. Let's just say that he's working for Klaus now. Why even beat around the bush? Why tiptoe around it? He ain't working for us. That's for sure. Let's see. Radio streamer says, I hope he holds office after his career is over. He's talking about Sean Strickland there. And yeah, I would love that. I love the fact that he can, like, we're starting to see the turn, right? He's not being disciplined by anybody. Now, pretentious, self-righteous Canadian journalists are freaking out, right? And calling him all kinds of names. But it doesn't matter. Guess what? And nothing will piss them off more than the fact that it doesn't matter. He's still fighting tomorrow night. He's still going to get a massive cheer when he comes out for the UFC event in Ontario, right? Because UFC fans like him. They like the way he talks. They're not woke. Sean McKenna says internationalists, not really. Sellout and traitor, yes. Yeah, but I mean, what I mean is internationalist is that his loyalties are not to Canada. They're to, you know, a globalist idea. He could be the next Javier Milei. Yes, I think he might be. He's not quite as articulate as Milei, although I can't understand Spanish, so, you know, I just get the translations. But yeah, I think people would vote for him. It depends on where he ran, you know. Unfortunately, he's not Canadian, so he can't run here. Here's another one. UFC Sean Strickland at Stiffies. Okay, let's just watch this.
Are you going to challenge Trudeau to a cage match?
Oh yeah, no, he actually boxed once. The most pathetic thing on the planet.
Did he do it in blackface or was it?
God, man, this country, dude. You know, it's funny. It's so weird because I know a lot of Canadians, and they're all cool.
They're so cool.
They love guns. They like outdoors. You
Every
know?
Canadian I know loves guns.
But
and
like for some reason, you come here and it's just run by this coward of a man.
Yeah.
Like they take seized bank accounts, like
the whole truckers. And I was that upset me.
I mean, it's crazy. Like literally seized bank accounts, like man. So yeah.
Are you going to challenge Trudeau to a cage match?
Oh yeah, no, he actually boxed once. The most pathetic.
I love it. Apple's in the chat. Yes, yes. People that are not political foolishness says people that are not woke need to chomp an apple at every press conference. Yes, the Apple thing is, you know, Pierre's Apple thing is legendary at this point. More apples in the chat. Absolutely. All right, I think I got another one of them somewhere down here. What is this? See this fucking shit. This is the opposite. Okay, so this is the opposite of this. All right, so you have this, and then you have the polar opposite, the thing that's wrecking everything in the fucking world. Okay, and that's this. So Indiana Jones and the Great Circle for a modern gaming audience. The mythical modern gaming audience, the modern audience, right? The modern audience that doesn't like the things that made people like movies in the past, that made, you know, giant franchises really popular. They decided that there's this new group called the modern audience who doesn't like those things. Weirdly, the modern audience apparently doesn't seem to show up quite enough. All right, let's take a look. So, Indiana Jones video game. This guy's going to tell us about it.
Now we have the opportunity to tell a new Indiana Jones story for a modern gaming audience.
Okay, so it's going to suck. We can just say that right off the bat, right? It's going to be fucking terrible. Right? I mean, there's just no... Look, hold on. Okay. It's going to be terrible. Right? Now, if this guy was telling him what to do, I'd probably be really good. This guy, I got a feeling there might be some intersectional feminism in there. You know, something that might ruin the whole thing. Raider Streamer says that was a power move about Strickland, I'm guessing there. Yep. An apple a day keeps the lefty press at bay. 100%. They really hated that, by the way. They hated that so much. They already hated Pierre Poilievre before because he's a conservative. They hate all conservatives, right? But after that, after seeing the response of the people, how much the people liked it, right? Because I think they might be in a little bit of, they might be a little bit deluded about just how much or how many people in Canada really despise what they do. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, but the 35-year-old gamers are the ones with the money. I hope it's Bud Lighted into non-existence. Yeah, well, that's happening to things. Like, think about that Bud Light. I mean, I remember when that first started. You know, you kind of felt like it was going to be like everything else. There'll be a little bit, maybe it'd take a bit of a hit, but then things will just keep rolling. You know, people are asleep. And that didn't happen. I mean, you're talking about one of the biggest brands in the United States, right? One of the biggest brands, and they have been mortally wounded. I think sales are still down like 30%. Even them with them pivoting and moving to the UFC and giving them a bunch of money, which in its own right is a victory for the forces of the resistors against woke, because now Bud Light they're putting their brand behind what people like Sean Strickland are saying, right? And that's something that Sean Strickland talked about, I think, a couple of months ago. He says, now they're back at me. Let's see what they do at my next press conference after I'm finished talking at my next press conference. Well, guess what? Nothing's happened. That's a very good sign. But Bud Light has possibly mortally wounded itself. It may just go away. And so if that can happen to them, that can happen to a video game. Why would you, like, you had the Target lost billions. Bud Light looks like it looks like they're not going to regain their place in any case. So they're laying people. Well, I think the workers are going on strike now because they need a raise. They're not making enough money. And it's just spiraling into this disaster because Bud Light doesn't, Anheuser-Busch, who owns them, they'll be fine. But the Bud Light brand itself, I mean, they're not selling. So they got a major problem. Let's see. It's a psychological operation to destroy the children. This is from John McInnes. It would be interesting to get Jordan Peterson's comment on that. I think he's commented on that kind of thing. Well, not on that directly, I believe, and just how dangerous it is. How dangerous it is to a child's psychological well-being. Radio Streamer says communism has to destroy the old values, even the good ones, to replace the old values with theirs. Yeah, it's like, look, we've seen this playbook. This is the Cultural Revolution, right? This is Mao. The four olds from the Cultural Revolution that had to be gotten rid of. So you can basically indoctrinate and propagandize the population into manipulating them into doing what you want, into becoming drones, communist drones, right? I guess it's probably most advanced in North Korea, although no, China is giving them a run for their money with the social credit scores. That's incredibly powerful. You know that Trudeau, who has said that he admires China's basic dictatorship. I think it's more than a basic dictatorship at this point. Trudeau would love to bring that in. Absolutely love it. Let's see. Let's go back to if it is a psychological operation to destroy the children from John. It would be interesting to get Jordan Peterson's comment. Yeah, I mean, really specifically his idea on that. What is it? I mean, it's certainly a psychological operation, no question. Right? This is a social experiment that's being conducted on a generation of children in the entire West, right? Regardless of how you want to phrase it, that's what it is, right? And is it an emergent thing, or is it, is there somebody in a room somewhere in a tower somewhere who's, I think a lot of it is emergent, but I think there are also people, I think there are powerful people that are making their will known, like George Soros, for instance, right? I mean, that's not any secret that he's spreading, billions of dollars around the world to pursue these kinds of social experiments, to promote people who will promote these kinds of social experiments. So, anyway, chat's doing a great job tonight, I gotta say. Great job. Hold on. Let's get to one more, then we'll get to the next thing. From Radio Streamer, on the Bud Light topic, I enjoy showing old timers that never saw the commercial on my cell phone The conversion rate is amazing. Yeah, so the Dylan Mulvaney thing. Yeah, I remember seeing the what was it? It was like something that was leaked. It was like a Zoom meeting or something from that ad exec who was responsible for that, and just talking about how she wanted to change the brand. It was very fratty, you know. They wanted to bring a different customer in. What a fucking terrible idea for the top selling beer in the country. Decide that you want a new kind of customer now. Well, the old kind of customer made you the number one brand. Maybe you shouldn't be a fucking retard. I'm sure she's been fired by now, by the way. I mean, that will be taught about in marketing classes, I'm sure. If they're not woke anyway, it'll be taught about in marketing classes for as long as there's marketing classes. I mean, that's got to be the biggest disaster, the worst decision of all time. Well, one of the worst anyway. Maybe the Edsel, I don't know. Let's move on. Okay, so what is this? That's like a giant spider walking on water. I say burn the water. Throw gasoline, pour gasoline on the water and light it on fire. Look at, I mean, that's nightmare material right there. Now they can walk on water? Jesus. No thanks. Let's see, OMB reviews. Good grief on this garbage commentary. Let's see. Discussing film. Known transphobe J.K. Rowling is now reported to be an active exec producer on the Harry Potter series, where she will be involved in the show's decision-making. Known transphobe. J.K. Rowling is not afraid of... This is the weirdest thing, huh? Phobe. Irrational fear. She is not afraid of them. She just doesn't think that they're women, right? Fear doesn't come into it, except I guess when she gets the many, many death threats that she does from them. Maybe then fear comes into it. Political Foolishness says that she was probably a diversity hire. You're talking about the ad exec at Bud Light, right? Probably. They probably had well, maybe. I mean, I don't know for sure, but you know, they probably have a quota of women that they have to hire. But she's quite young. And what happened is that, you know, I think the days of working your way up from the mailroom are over. So now it's just a pipeline from, you know, to get that job with Bud Light, she probably went to Harvard or something, right? So a pipeline from the Ivy Leagues, which are the wokest places and have the worst free speech scores out of any colleges or universities in the United States or really in the world. So there's just a pipeline of these, you know, chugging these brainwashed, indoctrinated young people into these positions, or youngish people into these positions, right? I think what's going to happen is, and I believe this is already starting to happen, is that it's become now a red flag. So whereas before, at least to some extent, whereas before it's like Harvard grad, you know, Yale grad, whatever. Okay, that's the cream of the crop. Okay, get that. We want to headhunt for that person. We want to get that person. It's starting to turn around, I believe, where now that's becoming a red flag, and you're less likely to get a job, a really good job, you know, a high level job, if you're from those places, because the employers are starting to learn that they're getting a bunch of robots. You know, they haven't actually learned anything. All they've learned is indoctrination. All they've learned is propaganda. And they're just simply they haven't learned how to think. They've learned what to think. So they're not actually suited for demanding jobs anymore. All right. So, known transphobe J.K. Rowling. Again, she's not, I don't know. I've read what she said about all this. And the funny thing is that it must come as such a shock to these kind of you know, liberal. She was always just one of those annoying liberals, right? She had complete and total Trump derangement syndrome. You know, all kinds of snarky comments about conservatives and about Trump. She was exactly what you would expect, right? Exactly what you would expect. And I think a lot of them, you know, they were kind of what's the word I'm looking, kind of patronizing the left. They didn't want to believe that the word liberal doesn't mean what it used to mean, right? There's people calling themselves liberals and they ain't liberal. They're illiberal. Something happened. The left all of a sudden absolutely charged full bore as far left as they could go. And you had these people that were genuine liberals who just didn't want to recognize it. They'd gone from being, the equivalent of your kind of burnout art teacher from the 80s to just being Stalin now, right? Like full on, they're for gulags, they're for censorship, they're for deplatforming. Political foolishness said Ivy League universities are poison ivy. Like, good one. Nobody has time for that nonsense. Yep, 100%. 100%. So yeah, I think people like J.K. Rowling, you couldn't miss the fact that things were becoming more radical around you in your circles, right? But they just didn't want to recognize it or really believe it until you say something, until she says something, just, sensible, right? Something sane. And then all these people that she thought this was part of her group, right? She thought this was part of her group. And it turns out they weren't. They were a bunch of howling lunatics. I don't think she's been posting too much TDS stuff lately. Although maybe she has been. I don't know. Let's see. Peter Sweden, this is serious. A top NATO chief is now warning people that they have to prepare for war and buy radios and flashlights. This comes after the Swedish military warned that people have to prepare for war. What's going on? I don't know. What do you guys think is going on? You guys are pretty lively in the chat tonight. I want to hear what you guys think. I mean, on one hand, so if we take a look at, obviously this is centered around Russia, right? And the Russia-Ukraine war. It's pretty clear at this point that Russia is going to win that war just through attrition eventually, but it's also clear that Russia is not as capable as people thought. I mean, Russia is not obviously not capable, especially now, after the attrition already, not just of people, but of materiel, right? Tanks, jeeps, everything you need, ammunition, right? They're buying ammunition from other countries, from like North Korea now, right? So it's clear that they're not actually, outside of nuclear weapons, it's clear they're not actually a threat to NATO, to the rest of Europe. They just simply are not capable of doing it. There's a bunch of problems. I think one thing is that, Russia has a history going back to the Soviet Union of purging its top generals outside of war, right? Because why would you do that? Well, Stalin did it because he thought they were a threat to his power. My understanding is that Putin has done the same thing as well in the years leading up, and he's taken steps to make sure that the military doesn't get too powerful or anybody in it too powerful. So I guess my point is that Russia is not capable of conquering anybody else right now. I don't think. It sure doesn't appear to be the case, right? If you can't dispatch the Ukraine, if that's keeping your hands completely full, it says something, does it not? Radio streamer saying it's just money laundering of those in power on our side. On their side, like it or not, but that was a buffer nation from NATO and therefore the US. It was a buffer for both sides. Yeah, I think so. Geopolitically, I think that's the way that it's, I guess, still seen, right? Yep. All right, let's move on from that. Let's see. Well, this is interesting. From Laura Love, I will commit a new terrorist attack. Woman who attacked Scarborough Canadian Tire vowed to continue to support ISIS in prison. Great. That's what we want in Canada. Quote, if you or your government don't send me back to Syria, I will commit a new terrorist attack. Rehab Dugmosh told her parole officer. Well, there seems like to be a pretty simple solution to all this, doesn't there? Send her back to Syria. She wants to go. Why can't we just do that? Why can't we just strap a parachute on her and fly over Syria and drop her off and say, have a great time. Enjoy your jihad. This is weird. This is Canada now. This is Canada now. Initial thoughts. So, do we start a Give, Send, Go to buy Rehab? The name is Rehab. I think we should send Rehab back to Syria. A ticket so she can immediately return home. How about it, Mark Miller? What programs do you have for those temp immigrants, asylum seekers, students overstaying their visas who now just want to go home? Well, I would say especially we should put a priority on the ones who are threatening terrorist attacks if you don't let them go. Like, this just seems really simple to me. David Piper says, what is preventing her immediate deportation? Are airplanes not flying from Toronto tonight? Out, out, out. Yeah, it's a real simple solution here. Oh, you want to go? Okay, good. Can you leave right now? We're leaving right now. Grab your stuff. No, you don't have time to pack. If she's on parole, I'd expect she's in the process for deportation. I know the corrections and immigration have a tough time coordinating, but when she's this clear about it, let's just give her a one-way ticket. Again, it seems pretty simple. I guess nothing can be this simple in Trudeau's Canada. Seems like a no-brainer. Send her back on a one-way ticket. Absolutely. I don't know why hopefully she's not here anymore. Hopefully they just got the hell rid of her. Let's see. John McInnes says, Germany just signed a $55 billion deal with Ecuador for natural gas, according to the Canadian Energy Center. But Trudeau said no to compressed natural gas, stopping jobs and income. This is why I say, you're 100% right there. Not just Germany either. Japan was also asking. And I think more countries as well. But at least those two. This is why I say Trudeau is not working for Canada, right? He doesn't see himself as a Canadian. He sees himself as a citizen of the world. And where would he feel most comfortable? Well, hanging out with people in Davos with the World Economic Forum. Those are his people, right? Those people are happy that he did that because climate or something. I mean, did you know? Like, I've made videos about this. Lots of them. Subscribe to my channel, and you can watch all these videos that I make. Right? These they're not like 4-hour live streams. They're regular videos. They're like 5 minutes long. I put a lot of work into them. They all take me like at least 2.5 hours to do. So I'd appreciate you watching them because there's actually really good information in them. But my point is this: is that if Canada ceased to exist tomorrow, just everybody woke up and there was no more Canada anymore, no more infrastructure, no oil, nothing, just nothing in Canada, right? It was just forest again. It would have no impact on global climate. It couldn't. Its share of fossil fuel emissions is too small. It's only 1.5% or 2%. Last time I checked, it's just simply not enough. And China would build 3,000 new coal plants the next week anyway, right? Canada has no ability to change the global climate. Whatever side of climate you stand on, it doesn't matter because it's a delusion to think. It's a delusion to imagine that Canada could. It's not possible. It's not physically possible. In the real world, Canada cannot affect the global climate, period. I hope I've made myself clear on that. But yeah, I mean, Germany coming asking for natural gas. Japan, Trudeau's nope, not interested. Maybe we'll do something with hydrogen, maybe, which is just a fool's errand right there. So I say he doesn't give a shit about Canada. I mean, does he even care? I mean, that's a cleaner field. Germany is reopening, and they have reopened disused or decommissioned coal mines. Right? They're opening up new coal mines in Germany because this whole time, Germany was the wonder child of green energy and all that. They've been getting 33% of their over 30% of their house heating energy from coal the entire fucking time, right? So, even if you believe that Canada can change the climate, it still doesn't make any sense because that's still cleaner than coal, even with the transportation. So none of it makes any fucking sense. It's certainly not in Canada's best interest. I think we've all agreed, right? He's working for Klaus at this point. We're not tiptoeing around it. He's just working for Klaus and his buddies. Klaus promised him a place in the luxury bunker when the shit hits the fan. Okay, so this is probably going to be a delight. Queer, bisexual, non-binary actress Sarah Ramirez, she's a they, them, has a message communicated to us by song. This is going to be great, I bet. I bet you this is going to be beautiful. We're going to remember this. Does she have an album out? I guess we'll find out. Hold on. Let's listen first.
Just in your soul, keep your eyes on the goal. Then the prize you won't fail. That's your grail. That's your grail. Ceasefire now. Just.
I didn't care for it. Ceasefire now. She doesn't know what she's obviously talking about Israel Palestine. She doesn't know a damn thing about it. You can be certain of that. Hold on one second. I'm going to catch up with the chat here. Political foolishness said, why is she even here if she pines for being in Syria? Again, this is the question. Canada doesn't make any sense anymore. I say let the people who say that they promise that they're going to commit terrorism if we don't let them leave, I say that we help them leave. That makes more sense to me. So if he's working for Klaus, he's working for the one world government, which means he's not working for Canada, which means he's a traitor. I don't have direct evidence, a paper trail that he's officially working for Klaus. I just feel that what else makes any damn sense? It sure doesn't seem like he's working for Canada. I'll say that. I mean, if he's genuinely trying to help Canada, he is the worst person at helping Canada that has ever fucking existed. Let's see. Political foolishness says Trudeau needs to befriend and campaign to lobsters in the stretch. Harsh, very harsh there. Klaus lost his escape to Argentina. Yeah, he won't be going there. Probably got something in New Zealand, I would guess, or maybe some maybe there's some subterranean city at the bottom of the ocean or something that him and a bunch of his friends are going to go to. Who knows? Maybe Bill Gates. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein is down there waiting for him. All right. I just want to do this one more time because I found this really irritating. Let's just humor me one more time here.
in your soul.
Shut up. Let's see. Babylon B headline. I just don't know where I just don't know where we went wrong. Contemplate Sports Illustrated executive in front of framed covers of obese trans swimsuit models. Where could we have possibly gone wrong? Again, I think they knew that the company was going to go under, and they were just putting themselves out of their own misery. Praise for all that's holy, make it stop. I agree. That's what I did. Okay, I haven't watched this clip yet, so we're gonna watch this together. Seth Dillon, he's the president of the Babylon Bee. We already knew that Vivek handles criticism well, but now we can add to the list of his virtues the way he handles comedy. Everyone pretended to be outraged on his behalf, has something to learn from his example, and that was he's talking about there. They did the story. Babylon Bee obviously is a satire site, right? And they did a story that Trump put Vivek in charge of the White House 7-Eleven, which is funny. My understanding is that Vivek is taking it in good humor, right? Let's watch.
Well, what happened was we got pulled over by the joke police. Not the first time. It's happened many times, honestly. Well, so we told this joke about how the Trump administration had appointed Vivek as the head of the White House 7-Eleven, and then there's this picture underneath that headline of him standing there in a green 7-Eleven polo shirt with this not too happy expression on his face, and people were so mad about this. The comments were just. You got to scroll through the comments if you haven't seen them. People just telling us that some people telling us that it's lame and not funny, and then others actually going so far as to say that it's racist and despicable and we should retract it. Seriously, people were calling on us to retract this joke, which we did not do. It's just a joke. It's not going to hurt you. And so. That's one of the most interesting things about this whole thing is there was an expectation. The mob had this expectation for how this would play out if they got upset enough, and they were hoping and expecting that we would apologize and maybe take the joke down or something like that. We didn't do that. They were also hoping that Vivek would be offended by this joke and that he would be upset about it and that he would attack us and validate their concern on his behalf, which was all just fake outrage for virtue points on the internet. And he didn't do that. Instead, he laughed at the joke. He thought it was funny. He leaned into it. He didn't take himself too seriously. Patrick Bet-David had tweeted something about how he was craving 7-Eleven, presumably because this whole thing had been trending and reminded him of it and put him in the mood for like a hot dog or something. And so Patrick Bet-David goes to 7-Eleven and tweets this video of himself, getting a hot dog there. And Vivek quote tweets that and says, "Thank you, come again." And I don't know. Last I checked, it had like 70,000 likes or 90,000 likes or something ridiculous. So people loved that Vivek responded that way. And this is just, one of many reasons to like Vivek. There's a lot of them, but the way that he responds to criticism, and now, as we've learned through this controversy, the way he responds to comedy, he's willing to treat humor like humor. And nobody's doing that anymore. People are so eager to be offended. There's so much fake outrage out there and outrage on other people's behalf. Instead of Vivek expecting people to come to his rescue and be offended on his behalf, and he parted ways with them and just let this joke be a joke, and he laughed it off and he didn't take himself too seriously. And I think it's crucially important that more people, I hope people learn from that example. It's a teachable moment, I think, especially for the media and these people in the comments who were trying so hard to be offended on his behalf. You don't have to treat humor as if it's harmful. You can actually just treat it like humor. And if you don't think that the joke is funny, just maybe don't laugh at it. I don't know. You don't have to get worked up on someone else's behalf. But I'm one of those people who still believes that humor has healing power and that we just need to let it do its work instead of pretending to be outraged all the time. And Vivek did that. So it was pretty cool. Wild controversy. Not always fun to be trending for people calling you a racist, but ultimately, and one last point about this, Vivek was not the target of this joke. Trump was, but nobody clicked through the article to actually read that. And so, well, Vivek had a great sense of humor about it, and everybody was trying to be offended on his behalf. The joke wasn't even targeting him to begin with. But, you know, no one tries to really understand what's going on. They're not trying to peel back the layers of the satire and understand what the true target of the joke is. They're just reactionary. They want to be mad, and they want to control you and get you to do what they want. And every expectation was upset here, and that couldn't have made it more entertaining.
All right. I like Vivek too. Foolishness says I like Vivek. Yeah, I like him. I like him as well. I think he's got a bright future. He's conducted himself very well, and he's been fire. Like a lot of, like at those debates, he was on fire. He's generally always on fire. I have an idea of something, but you know, I need to take just a 1 minute break because I've been doing this for 2 hours. Just got to give me 1 minute, and I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. Thanks, everybody. Let's take a look at the chat here. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, VP, that's where I was going. So Vivek was supposed to be on Tim Pool the night of the Iowa caucuses, right? And he had to he dropped out of the race that night. He didn't go in Tim Pool. And he had been saying up to that point that he was going to stay in because he thinks that there is nothing that I guess the deep state won't do. The administration of the deep state won't do to prevent Trump from taking office again, right? And he's saying that he was essentially promoting himself as as insurance in case they do manage to get rid of Trump. And by the way, like I worry for Trump's health. I've said that many times, right? Like, what contingencies, after everything we've seen, what contingencies are not on the table in regards to Trump? Right? Have they demonstrated that there's a level that it won't go to yet? I don't know. I think it's very concerning. So I found it as a bit of a surprise then that he just dropped out Iowa. He just dropped out. I mean, he didn't have a great showing. He was an underwhelming showing there. Less than I thought he'd get, to be honest. But he just dropped out right then. And Radio Streamer saying VP. I'm wondering if Trump offered him VP that night. You know, I mean, Trump's been very complimentary to him. Vivek went and, appeared with him on stage, endorsed them. What do you guys think? Is that a possibility that right then Trump already knows it's going to be Vivek? I mean, I don't know. I'm just wondering. I mean, it feels like something that could be true. Political Foolishness says, John Cleese on the woke offended, quote, there are people just sitting there deliberately waiting for the thrill of being offended. Yeah, and I've defended John Cleese in the past too, but you see him on Twitter and he sounds a lot like a woke person a lot of the time. I mean, he fucking hates Trump. He does not seem to like conservatives at all. I heard, I think, what was it, Eric Idle also saying that he hates conservatives. The Monty Python crew, we're all liberals, but back the old school traditional liberals, it seems very hard for them to reconcile the fact that the label that they'd always, held themselves to or considered themselves being on the left has changed in a fundamental way. So even, John Cleese can criticize that there are people just sitting there waiting for the thrill of being offended without really being able to put all the pieces together and just realize you are not considered liberal anymore. He is not considered liberal anymore. The left now sees him as conservative himself, and I think they have a hard time reconciling that. Let's see. Political Foolishness says, I think it's a very good possibility with Vivek as VP. Yeah. I think it's a good possibility that it's already been decided. Radio Streamer says, or they absolutely want a BLM Antifa attack on Trump. They will not let him in office. I pray for him and his protection team. Yeah. There's reason to be concerned, right? Like, they seem very determined to prevent him, at all costs of getting back into office again for obvious reasons. Political Foolishness says, I can live with old school liberals, but the woke, they are unbearable. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I mean, I was always considered myself a liberal through most of my adult life. All right, I don't anymore because the word doesn't mean the same thing anymore. There are very few old school traditional liberals. These are people that are not socialists. They're not communists. They're for free speech. These are the people that used to protest, when, a book was, banned or something, right? They were for free speech. They're for free markets, though, as well. And on the left, there's not many of those left anymore. And I think they generally tend to just kind of drift over to what is called conservatism these days, because those are people that don't hate them and they can actually talk with, even if they don't agree on every single damn thing. Yeah, the woke are unbearable. There's no point even trying to reason with them at this point. Somebody who's really woke, there's no point trying to reason with them or have a conversation. They're too far gone. Maybe they'll have an epiphany, but you ain't going to give it to them. Let's see. This is an interesting one. I've seen a bunch of this. Ian Copeland, PhD. PhD don't mean what it used to mean anymore. Have you noticed that? Like, the word expert don't mean what it used to mean anymore. Sex, like all traits, is non-binary. Let's reread that. Sex, like all traits, is not binary. Gender, which is a social construct, is not binary. All traits are on a spectrum. Many species of fish change their sex regularly. Shut up, commie. We are not fucking fish. Here, Billboard Chris, human beings aren't fish. We all know that we're not fish. I don't get it. What a weird conclusion to jump to. What a strange conclusion to jump to, right? That's how you know it's all political, right? Well, these fishes can change gender. So therefore, you should probably cut your dick off. They're fucking fish. Seahorses can change gender, so you should probably get a vaginoplasty. I don't understand their fucking point. Like, it's the most obvious thing in the world, right? Is that, well, okay, we're not fishes, right? Well, ants do this. Well, okay, but we're not ants, right? Ants, communism works great for ants, by the way. There's an old saying. I think it was Bertrand Russell, English philosopher, talking about communism, and he said, a great idea, wrong species, right? It works great for ants, not so much for humans. And humans don't change gender. Like we don't change like gametes and all that kind of stuff. We're not fish. If you're talking to fish, then great. You can talk to all the tranny fish you want. I'm not going to complain about it. So let's see. So anyway, we're all in agreement, right? We're not fish, right? So don't cut your dicks off. James Lindsay's anti-fascist says James Lindsay's great, by the way. Everybody should follow him. Cult religion doing brainwashing. So from Steve McGuire, the tyranny of DEI. A dean at the University of Alberta explains that they embedded DEI into every faculty meeting because most people didn't want to attend DEI trainings, obviously, because they're fucking awful. Political Foolishness says, excellent show, Radio Baloney. It's coming on 5 a.m. here, and I need to have a little sleep. See you soon on another show. Hey, thanks for stopping in. Thanks for being in the chat. Really appreciate it. Makes it way more fun for me. Have a great sleep. Hopefully we'll see you next Friday. I might do it a bit early next week, so we'll have to see. Anyway, good night. So Alberta is the most conservative province in Canada. And here at the University of Alberta, they're embedding DEI, woke craziness into every faculty meeting. Why? Because people don't want to attend them because it's a conservative place. And also, too, because it's just awful, right? Awful bullshit. Awful, boring bullshit. That's what they should call it. ABB. Should we listen to what this fucking dingbat has to say? And the thing is, if you listen to it's like when you look into the abyss, the abyss looks back at you. But I think that we owe it to our ancestors to at least bear witness to this so that we can, know what we're against and know what to fight against.
In our school, what we have found is that when we offer EDI training, only the really committed individuals participate. And that's common for many other EDI training as well. And so what we have done is embedded EDI as a theme in every faculty meeting we have. So we spend 15 to 20 minutes when we have a dedicated group of people to think deliberately about EDI and learn from each other in terms of how that can be incorporated throughout the research ecosystem, from the beginning in terms of composing the team or coming up with the idea, and how that knowledge is translated into the community in terms of actions, programs, and policies as well. In our school.
So they're injecting this irrational ideology into the entire ecosystem of the university. That's Soviet right there. That's just Soviet. That's all that is. How much does DEI really have to do with anything other than its own weird little cult discipline, right? Which is not built. If you ever read any of their literature, it's all nonsense. It's just word salads and assertions. There's no actual scholarship behind any of it. Read like Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack by Was it Karen McIntosh? Read that and just try to read it. It is nothing. It's very short, and it's just a series of assertions. This is one of the canonical texts for these people. It's not scholarship. It's just crazy people saying things that they believe. And they usually wrap it up in a word salad to make it intentionally hard to understand and and to obscure the fact that there is no foundation to it. It's just a bunch of circular logic, circular arguments. It's maddening that that person has a job. Like fucking up, like throwing the monkey wrench in the works at a university. And of course, taxpayer dollars go into paying for it, right? It's maddening. It's maddening that we let it happen. Anyway, there's still time to turn it all around. I believe that we will. I think that I have to believe that our institutions are robust enough that they won't, that we can turn it around. I have to believe that. Even though they're currently completely infested with that nonsense. But let's hear what Klaus has to say. It's probably something crazy, I'm going to bet.
That is imaginable.
Advancing very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react to your answers.
Look at how excited he is by that. He's so excited by everybody having brain chips. I wonder if he might have some evil purpose for them. I wonder.
Is it imaginable?
I think that is imaginable. I think I think, you know, you can imagine that. You can imagine, well, you're going to be sort of transplanted into, you know, the internet, so to speak, to live forever in a digital realm. You know, you can imagine that, you know, you just in your biological incarnation are going to live to be some, you know, very long age.
Advancing very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when...
Do you have any brain chips right now that I can put in my servants' brains? Why did they pick the most evil seeming guy in the world? The person most likely to be building a death laser, a death ray on the moon. Like, they could have done better. I mean, if anybody is evil in the world, if anybody's a Bond villain in real life, it's that guy. He can't hide it. I'm not really comfortable with all these ideas of who the fuck would put a chip in their brain. Who would do that? Would you guys put a chip in your brain? Tell me in the chat. Who out there right now is just can't wait to put chips for Klaus Schwab to put a chip in their brain so he can control them. So he can control you. I'm not. I can tell you that much. I'm brain chip free, and I plan to remain brain chip free. Just chips in general, anywhere. No chips. I don't want Klaus knowing what I'm thinking. I mean, if Klaus knew what I was thinking, he'd probably jump off a cliff. As would any sane person. It'd be too much to recover from. But in any case, let's take a look. Let's go back to the chat. Let's see. A radio streamer says, if this is staring into the abyss, I'd like to throw a tape of Thomas Sowell at it for a metaphorical lit torch. Yeah, you're talking about that crazy DEI lady. Thomas Sowell could help it. I can guarantee you she is completely immune to it. Completely immune. If ever a man was possessed, he is on my short list. That's not one that I'd considered, but you know, you're quite right, actually. If it turned out that just like a demon like manifested out of his body, like floated out of him or something, I've got to say I wouldn't be that surprised. I'd be like, oh, so that's it. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Oh, of course. Well, it was a demon. Of course. Duh. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. Can't have too much Klaus. Should we go to the puppies for a palate cleanser? Look at that. Look at that little angel right there. So much nicer than Klaus Schwab. You know what my favorite thing about this video is? Klaus Schwab isn't putting a brain chip in that puppy right now. That's a new joke. We'll go back to that one in the future, I think. Brain chips and puppies. It would really ruin the video. Okay. Rachel Maddow. I made a video about this awful human being this week as well, which you're free to go and check out. I talk about it at greater length there, but let's take a look at this. So
the bottom
says this is Rachel Maddow, just about everyone. This is just about everyone in the MSM. Yes, they're all the same. They are the enemy of the people. Keep in mind that the current president is a compulsive liar and the media refuses to fact check him. So, all right. Well, here's Rachel Maddow from 2017, 2021, 2021, and 2024.
line of this dossier, the bottom line allegation, the point of it is that the Trump campaign didn't just benefit from Russia interfering in our presidential campaign. The point of this is they colluded, they helped, they were in on it. This is kind of a real story. The connections between the Trump servers and the Alpha Bank servers were real. They were covert communications that someone was trying to hide, that the Trump organization and Alpha Bank appear to have been trying to hide. Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else. It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people. We and other news organizations have generally stopped giving an unfiltered live platform to remarks by former President Trump. It is not out of spite. It is not a decision that we relish. It is a decision that we regularly revisit. And honestly, earnestly, it is not an easy decision, but there is a cost to us as a news organization of knowingly broadcasting untrue things. That is a fundamental truth of our business and who we are.
So is she lying? Is she stupid? What's going on there? Now, I've heard, her name is Rachel Maddow. I have heard some people, I would never say this. I have heard some people call her Rachel Mad Cow. So, I mean, that's pretty harsh. Yeah, but it's harsh, but it's fair, in my opinion. I'm just gonna say it. But the question is, okay, so we have her just, I mean, we all know about the insane stream of all the Russian collusion for years. Walls are closing in. Walls are closing in. Walls never closed in. We were assured they were going to. Right? She was on every crazy thing. You know, the Russian bounties, just everything. I'm sure she reported breathlessly on the two scoops of ice cream, blockbuster story. So what is it? Is she dumb, delusional, or lying? Is she a full-on cult member? I mean, that's a possibility that she's a full-on cult member, that she just is so full of cognitive dissonance that she just can't think straight anymore. I don't know. I mean, she's never apologized for any of the many, many, many things that were either lies or just terrible mistakes. Never. Is she just playing a role? That's another question. Like, is she just literally just a human teleprompter? They just put something in the teleprompter. She reads it. She doesn't know anything about anything. She'll just read it. Whatever they put there, she'll read it. I don't know. But something very important to remember about Rachel Maddow. I didn't say Mad Cow. I said Maddow. If you want to say Mad Cow, you can say that. free speech. So the thing that you need to know about Rachel Madcow is that she was sued by One American News because she claimed that they were on the Kremlin payroll, which is just everything now, right? I'm sure Rachel Maddow, if she can't find the TV remote, that was Putin too, right? But she was sued by One American News, and she actually, for defamation, and she actually won the case. Do you know how she won the case? Because her lawyers argued that her channel isn't news and that her fans know that it's just opinion. And the people that are watching her know it's just opinion, that it's not facts. It's not a factual show. That's how she won the case. When you win a case like that by admitting that you're fake news and you can still go on so self-righteously and accuse other people of spreading misinformation, I think what you have there is just a bad person, I think. All right. John McInnes says you have proof that he's working for Klaus, because Klaus said that he has penetrated the government and he is happy with it. Yeah, this is what I've been saying all night. Trudeau's loyalties are not to the Canadian people. They're in Davos with Klaus and his buddies. Yeah, Trudeau is not interested in Canada or the Canadian people. He doesn't even think Canada should be a country, the first post-national country, no core identity. I'm just saying I think he's going to be in the bunker with Klaus when the shit hits the fan. Radio Streamer says he may install a chip in that puppy. The puppy? This one here? Good Lord, that bastard, he wouldn't dare. But you know what? I think he would. If your DEI score is too low, he will make it go limp, so can't be cute. That's exactly the sort of thing that Klaus would do. Klaus would do. Klaus. Radio Streamer says, no, they know. So MSNBC, Rachel Madcow. Yeah, she probably knows. Maybe, though, maybe she's got the brain chip already. Maybe Klaus has already put the brain chip in her and she can't help herself. That's a possibility, right? I would feel bad for her in that case. Unlike how I feel now, which is not bad for her. Not all of them, but most at CNN, I assume, are fully involved and they know they have a mission. Yeah, well, they know what the audience expects, what their bosses expect them to give to the audience, right? So, all right, we're almost 2.5 hours now. I wonder if we've got much more here before we get to the end. I think that, we still have quite a bit. All right. So there's that. Babylon B again. Off releases Biden repellent for kids. Yeah, that would probably sell like hotcakes, at least around the White House. But I've always maintained it's innocent enough. He's just trying to figure out how to get the adrenochrome out because they just bring it to him, with Hunter's crack, right? They get with this. Here's Hunter's crack. Here's your adrenochrome. He doesn't know how they get it. He's always wondered, probably. Dealing with leftists in a nutshell. So grooming children is evil. Source. Yeah. I guess that is it. Because, I mean, the modern left does seem to be just really brainwashed to the point where they can't even think straight anymore. Or maybe it's just a total lack of, it can't be all of them. I refuse to believe that. But with some of them, it's just, if you're a bad person and you have no conscience and no morals whatsoever, well, there's one side to go to now, right? Well, they will pretty much forgive anything as long as you're like anti-Trump or anti-Pierre Poilievre or whatever. All right. What it feels like buying groceries in Canada these days with Canadian currency. Yep, it's more like the Canadian peso. That's always been the joke, right? Canadian peso, but more so now than ever. See, this is something we were talking about earlier. Dave Smith, comedian Dave Smith. Maybe I'm wrong, but I keep finding myself looking at the 2024 presidential elections based on the assumption that Trump just won't be allowed to win under any circumstances, no matter what it takes. And I'm just wondering how he's going to be taken out. A lot of people are thinking the same way, obviously, in the chat too, right? Cernovich says, Trump is also blessed by God in a way I've never seen in any other human. That's why it's interesting. True clash of titans. The entire regime and trillions of dollars of wealth versus one man, Achilles. And there, I guess they're trying to find the Achilles heel, right? They don't seem to have found it quite yet, but I mean, it feels like it's an entire world against him, right? All right. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, I did check this one out earlier. Tucker's always great, but let's see what he's saying here.
The socialist mayor of Chicago says the city is breaking under the strain. Our team uncovered a shadow terminal, for example, inside Chicago O'Hare Airport. Hundreds of migrants were being hidden there secretly. Our team pulled up with cameras rolling, and at first we didn't see much. The city erected a black tarp to hide what was going on. And a third-party security group paid for with your tax dollars told us that was prohibited. We weren't allowed to see.
What are you doing? I want to look inside. For what? For what?
Inside, our team found more than 100 beds on the floor. The smell was overpowering, repulsive. Even police stations in Chicago have been turned into refugee camps. This is new video never seen before of what's actually happening inside Chicago's police stations. Keep in mind, the people who work in those police stations are paid to protect you, but that's not what they're doing. They're running refugee camps for illegal aliens. We spoke to someone who has lived on the south side of Chicago virtually his entire life. He's enraged by how the city has fallen apart under its sanctuary city policy.
Andre Smith, CEO of Chicago Against Violence. I don't know the count, but I know that the readiness, the language of sanctuary city, state, and county should have had a plan, but it led to a massive destruction. I have seen almost the worst of the worst in Chicago, but seeing this migrant crisis was the most devastating thing that I ever seen.
How long ago would it have been that this would have been unthinkable, right? Certainly before Trump, this would have been a massive story. Mainstream media, investigations, investigative journalism, right? Now it's just this story that most people don't. I'm sure most Democrats don't even know about this, right? I guess they're starting to find out because it's happening in their cities now, the sanctuary cities. But it's surreal, is it not? Utterly, utterly surreal. I mean, it's clearly intentional. It's clearly an intentional plan to flood the country with as many illegal people as possible. It cannot be anything else. There's no other possibility, right? It can only be that. That is the unofficial policy. But it's so obvious, it might as well be the official policy. They might as well just be saying, yes, we're trying to flood the country with as many illegal people as possible. And then we'll give them amnesty as soon as possible and get them voting as soon as possible. They don't have to say it because, I mean, it's just becoming obvious, right? And yet even Democrats are starting to find out about it now because there's just no hiding it. You know, it was one thing when it was just the border states. But it's different now, right? Now that they're shipping them up. Remember when they shipped up a busload up to Martha's Vineyard and the locals there just fucking freaked out? I mean, these are the most pro-open borders people in the world. They weren't having any of it. They had them out of there pronto, fast. Let's see. Let's check out the chat. It's sad, it really is, but they are also told about us being anyone that is not one of them, anyone that does not conform other to the point that they will not listen to other sources. Yeah, but you know, the one thing about this, the ideological purity spiral on the left, is that it's a disadvantage to them because it's counterproductive. It's a constant circular firing squad, right? They police themselves more than they police anybody. And they are very happy to denounce each other. I mean, to get a scalp. That's like a point of honor for them, right? To take somebody down, especially one of their own. They cannot brook any dissent whatsoever. So what happens? Because really the way to frame this whole thing is just normal versus insane, right? Or sane versus insane, or common sense versus crazy, right? So once you are kind of excommunicated from the woke, once you've lost your social group, well, where are you going to go? Well, you're going to go to the people who say, you don't have to agree with me on everything as long as you're cool. As long as you're all right to me, you can be one of us, right? That's a major advantage. And they do it with everybody. They do it especially with their own influencers. They police them more harshly than anybody else. Heretics. They're constantly searching for them. Radio Streamer says they've been trying this since Obama. The Dreamers, they just got caught during Trump's term. But the numbers now are different, right? I mean, I have no doubt that Obama would have done the same thing at the same time, but it was a different country, and the media was different at that point as well. They hadn't just completely, they hadn't just openly stated that they were no longer going to be objective, and this was a team sport from now on. You know, the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, MSNBC, you know, it always was. There was always bias there. But after Trump, they just announced, no, we're on one side, you're on the other. And that's the way it's going to be from now on. Radar Streamer says it was part of the long game. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It was the same plan. It's just Biden has, or whoever's controlling Biden. I wouldn't be surprised if Biden has no idea what's going on, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Biden, the second that he's, out from in front of a camera, goes straight into some sort of cryogenic chamber, right? Frozen until they need him again. Yeah, Trump made them rush the plan. Exactly. Trump did make them rush the plan. And panic. I mean, and it's so damn obvious, but we shall see. We shall see what happens. I've already been over that. Yeah, this is the trans woman that was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. So I think that didn't go over that great. I mean, just looking, it looks like a woman, right? But I think the thing is that once they announce this is a trans woman, well, then you know that's something you can't unknow, right? And the customer of the swimsuit edition is going to be a straight man, right? And now you've just given them something that they're not going to unlearn, right? About your magazine. Not great for the brand, I don't think. Let's see. Radio Streamer says that wet bag of oatmeal is not in control of his bowels, not the less the country. You're talking about Biden there. That is harsh. It's harsh, but I'll tell you, it's harsh but fair. Harsh but fair. All right, I got to remember to use my sound effects here more often. Here, Phil that remains is Phil Labonte breaks down the parasitic nature of wokeism. Yeah, this is pretty good. It's only 53 seconds. Let's
This
watch it.
ideology is parasitic, and it will destroy whatever it takes over. If it does, it'll infest it, or it'll invade, it'll take over, it'll wear whatever it takes over like a skin suit. And if it destroys it totally, it's fine. It's completely fine with destroying whatever it is that it gets into, whether it be video games, or whether it be the sports, or whatever. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it be religion, the whole liberation theology, all that stuff is all Marxist influence and stuff. It'll get into whatever it is that you're, whatever institution you're talking about, and then it'll either assimilate it or it'll destroy it. This ideology is parasitic, and it will.
Yeah, that it's 100% correct. Either take it over or destroy it. Doesn't matter which. The purpose of the Cultural Revolution is to burn the culture down to ashes, so you can build the supposed utopia on top of it, right? Which is really all just about power. And the future communists, if they ever get their way, they'll learn that in a real hurry. All right, where we go next? Oh yeah, this is another one of those Smollett stories. Let's listen.
These are not little kinks. First of all, racism, institutional racism, is in the DNA of this country. When you look at what has taken place, look at our Native Americans, the genocide of Native Americans. When you look at what has taken place as it relates to African Americans, the 250 years plus of enslaving African Americans, and then you look at the disparities now in our community in terms of healthcare, unemployment, the wealth gap, housing. You can't tell me that systemic racism does not exist. It's not just a little kink. Secondly, you have personal racism, which is hard to address, but I'll give you one little story that shows you why we need to understand.
I just need to, and hold on one second. I just need to cut in for a second there, because she's saying, don't tell me it doesn't exist, blah, blah. Well, what about Persians? What about Asian people? What about Jewish people? What about Nigerians that moved to the United States? They all do better than white people on average. What about them? Yeah, I can tell you that it's not about racism. We can all tell you that. She knows that herself. I'm sure she absolutely fucking does. But it's the magic spell. They're going to keep pushing it. I wonder if that fucking dead-eyed woman on CNN sitting next to her, I wonder what's running through her mind. She looks like she knows it's all bullshit. She's going to go along with it for the paycheck. But look at her. What's going through her mind? Oh, fuck. Don't you have anything else? At least make it more interesting. Make my job more interesting. Come up with something else. Anyway, let's continue.
And I don't think she really understands racism. I was walking from the House building on Capitol Hill to the Capitol, and a man, a white guy, stopped me and told me I could not get into the members' elevator. And we have pens, and I was going to vote. And he blocked me from getting into the elevator and told me I was not a member of Congress and it was for members only. I said, sir, I'm a member of Congress. And I showed him my pen, and he said, whose pen did you steal? Now, this is an example of what
bullshit. Then he said it's MAGA country, right? It's fucking shameful. Okay, we know that didn't happen. Okay, this is a Smollett moment. It's fucking shameful. We know that did not happen. The radio streamer says they just have to keep race hustling or they lose power. This woman, that's what she's doing, right? There's no other trick. It's shameful. They have the nerve. The LA Times ran a headline when Larry Elder was running against Gavin Newsom in the recall election. Okay? Larry Elder is fucking brilliant. And he's a black man, right? The LA Times ran a headline calling him the black face of white supremacy. That's how low these people are. That's how bad these race hustlers really are, I mean, just think about that. They called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. Scumbags. She comes on with this fantastical story this fantastical story about how a white man asked her who she stole her congressional pin from. Bullshit. 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 Unless you got video evidence of that, I'm not believing it. And even then, maybe it's just fucking AI. They really think everybody's stupid. And the thing about, they claim it's not even actually about race is the thing, this insane ideology, right? Because again, they're more than willing to call Larry Elder, who's fucking brilliant, right? California would be way better off with him as their governor than Gavin Newsom, a billion times more. They'll just, as soon as he dissents, as soon as he becomes a problem for the ideology, the ideology is that you have identity groups and everybody in that identity group is exactly the same. And it's just each identity group is this faceless, amorphous identity blob, right? And that's where their power comes from, right? And as soon as somebody asserts their individuality, well, now they're the black face of white supremacy, like Larry Elder. That Claudine Gay, the former president of Harvard, a lot of people don't know, but she actually railroaded 2 black professors at Harvard because they weren't woke enough for her, or they weren't woke at all, right? So it doesn't matter. The race is a red herring, right? It's really ultimately just about the ideology and power. With her, she's probably more just about power than anything, right? Anyway, in case you didn't get this, I don't believe her. All right. I had a good rant there. Good rant. Good rant for 2:21 in the morning. Yeah, Sports Illustrated entire staff told they're getting laid off. Yep. Should women be patrol officers? Now, okay, let's watch this. I'm not coming at this from a misogynistic point of view. I think it's more misogynistic to put women in positions where they're guaranteed to get hurt, right? There is a certain biological reality with certain jobs like fireman or police officer or frontline soldier. Let's watch this.
Oh, what the fuck, Monsieur Akoui? Oui. Oh. Gado. Oh, Monsieur Egon.
Yeah, so that didn't go well, did it? That didn't go well at all. It's just not it's just not a great job for them. It's not the best job. And again, it's just a physical reality, right? And I'm not saying that they need to be in the kitchen or anything like that. In fact, if there's a criminal in the kitchen, they shouldn't be there either. Because the whole catching criminals thing is probably not the best career path. At least not, if you want to stop crime. Just the thing that's real, right? Let's see. Radio Streamer says it's 5:22 a.m. here. Oh, shit. That's late. Thanks for staying up. That's why I don't get on much nowadays. But it's worth it when I can. This is the same thing as weight classes, field classes in sports. It's about biology. It's absolutely about biology. You're right, Streamer. But you know what? I'm thinking about maybe starting at 10 o'clock next week. Maybe moving it earlier now. Maybe I lose the people on the other side that are waking up like in UK. I don't know. I don't want to lose that either, though. So, but I also don't want to stream for like 6 hours because that's way too fucking long. 4.5 hours is too long. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about it. Might start at 10 next week, a little bit earlier. We'll have to see. All righty. Anyway, yeah, they're terrible at being police. Let's take another look. Hey, there he goes. He's gone.
Oh. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh.
Yeah, they're bad at that, right? Really, really bad at that. Let's see. Radio streamer saying shorter morning, afternoon show. I don't know. I'll probably have to figure something else out. I think it's actually bad for my health to stay up that late too. But anyway, let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ, this one. So Gad said here, these future teachers will educate your children. I almost don't want to play it because it's so enraging. All right, let's play it. Let's play it anyway. Then we can go to the puppies maybe after.
Even when I'm reading it, I am out of breath. And Professor Ann Lopez says, implementing and embedding culture responsive, appropriate, sustaining, anti-racist, anti-oppressive, decolonizing education takes planning and practice. The idea to think that you're going to come to Teachers College and like, voila, you get it. It's a joke. The work has to be intentional. The work has to be intentional. The work, I didn't say the walkthrough. I didn't say the ta-da. The work has to be intentional. So for those who think that doing a 12-week course, even when I'm reading.
So what sounds more important, right? The woke indoctrination, the woke insane fucking propaganda, the woke far left ideology, or learning how to be a good teacher. Well, for woke lunatics, they're the same thing, right? Doesn't even matter if your students don't learn anything. As long as they're learning to be lunatics, that's good enough. As long as they're learning to be like communist drones, that's good. That's the ultimate goal, right? Razor Fist said, I'm a big fan of Razor Fist. What odds would you put on Alec Baldwin having been shit-faced drunk when he pulled the trigger of that gun? I'm giving 100% probability on that. 110% probability that Alex Baldwin was shit-faced drunk when he pulled the trigger of that gun. It just feels right, doesn't it? Oh, this is funny. So this is like a prank. All right, we'll check this out. This is a good one. This is just fun.
Where did you get that target? You like that, big boy? Oh my God, it's so sturdy too.
Hold on, let's start over.
Where did you get that target? You like that, big boy? Oh my God, it's so sturdy too. That's phenomenal. Okay, I don't mean to be weird, but I'm in love with your rack. That is, can I put my hands on it? Please. I'd be offended if you didn't. Honestly, such a great rack. Yeah. Hi. I just got to say, those are some great melons.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are.
Wow. I like those a lot.
Even though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have one bigger.
One bigger.
Those are incredible coconuts.
Really?
Those are incredible coconuts.
Touch them. I saw the sticker on them.
I love how they're hairy.
Yeah. Well, they're for class. Did you not get some?
No. Where did you get that target?
That's brilliant. That's awesome. That's like way better than listening to Klaus Schwab. Brain chips. Yeah, Donald Trump is now more popular than Justin Trudeau in Canada per latest polls. We've been over that. Well, yeah, Radio Streamer says this is gold. The child in me loves this. Yes, because it's playing off the whole, politically correct thing, right? And people being offended. It's sexism and all of that. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Jim McMurtry, doctor and patient started arguing, with the patient reminding the doctor that he is a trans man, and the doctor responding that he is genetically female, and noting that as far as being a trans man, quote, that is in your brain. So now doctors have to lie. So Montreal doctor suspended for 3 months after arguing over patient's pronouns. So this is woke dysfunction, right? Woke dysfunction isn't just people being paranoid of saying the wrong thing at the office, right? Woke dysfunction gets into everything. And it will affect people's lives personally. Like in very serious ways, right? Like Trudeau keeps coming up with more and more woke, insane shit, like interfering with like farmers. Like, you don't fuck around with like agriculture, you don't fuck around with energy. Like, those are things people need, right? Actually, in Canada, like, you don't fuck around with energy in Canada. It gets cold here, the power goes off, people will freeze to death. You don't fuck around with agriculture. You don't fuck around with the food supply. It's crazy. I want to go back to this, to this teacher, this guy teaching teacher candidates in Ontario. So let's listen to him again.
Reading it, I am out of breath. And Professor Ann Lopez says, implementing and embedding culture responsive, appropriate, sustaining, anti-racist, anti-oppressive, decolonizing education.
Anti-racist, anti-oppressive. 1 second. Anti-racist, anti-oppressive, anti-colonial. This guy is clearly an immigrant, right? Why does Canada want to tolerate people emigrating here to complain about colonialism? Why would you be complaining about colonialism if you're an immigrant in the first fucking place? Why would we want that exactly? Why would we want to bring people over so they can immediately start lecturing us and haranguing us about being racist and colonists? How fucking retarded is that? This is Trudeau's Canada. This is Trudeau's perfect Canada. This is exactly what he wants. This is what he's cultivated in his 8 years. Canada is not the same country as before Justin Trudeau got into power. Canada used to be fairly sensible, pretty sensible, actually. We didn't really like to work against our own interests, right? Why would we want somebody teaching teacher candidates, somebody who's an immigrant themselves, teaching about anti-colonialism, telling them, haranguing them about being anti-colonialist and telling them they have to do the work. This is not a walk in the park. You have to do the work of brainwashing, the work of being indoctrinated. Fuck that shit. This doesn't make any sense to me. Why is this person here to tell everybody that they're racist? How does that make Canada better? Canada is not a racist country. It's bullshit. It's a lie. It is a fucking lie that is being used by people who want power and money. This is all an industry now, of course, right? This wasn't happening in that institution forever. This is a fairly recent thing. People are making money off of it. There's only one thing I can say.
Everything woke turns to shit.
Trump's right again. He always nails it. All right. So yeah, now here you've got doctor and patient. So you've got a doctor being suspended for 3 months for not lying to a patient. Is that a sign of a healthy healthcare system or a healthy regulatory body? I think not. Your doctor is the last person that you want lying to you, or being forced to lie to you. What else are they making him say? To keep his license, to keep from being suspended, to keep from losing his livelihood. What other things does he have to lie about? Don't forget that Canada is now the world capital of medical assistance in dying, or MAID. The world capital. So this has all been, apparently this is Trudeau's plan. This is what he wanted, right? They are now making it, they've made it legal now to euthanize young people, teenagers with depression. Depression now is an acceptable criteria for medical assistance in dying in Canada. Depression, drug addiction, right? So in Canada, under Trudeau, giving away free drugs, I'm talking drugs like crack and heroin and fentanyl, right? Right, not helping people get off them, but giving them to them, and then saying, well, you know, this is obviously a problem in your life. Would you like us to kill you now? Here's your drugs. Remember, we can always kill you as well. If it gets too bad, if your life gets too out of control, we're willing to kill you. Here, take some more crack. I'm trying to draw a picture of a society that's completely fucking insane. I don't know if you've picked up on that yet. That was a hell of a rant, though, wasn't it? But, I mean, that's my point. When I'm talking about woke dysfunction, I'm talking about it getting into everything to the level of being extremely dangerous. Do you really want regulatory bodies forcing doctors to lie to you about God knows what in a country where the government wants doctors to kill people with medical assistance in dying? We're the world capital now by like by a mile. This is the Trudeau plan to fix healthcare. Just kill everybody. Sorry if that was a bit too far, Radio Streamer. What went too far? Radio Streamer, well, men and women are just different. Is this what we're talking about? It's not a question of equality or one being worth more than the other. It's just differences that we need to recognize to make reality a better, safer place. I cannot agree with that more. Absolutely. It isn't like one's better or not. Obviously not. We are a sexually dimorphous, sexually reproducing species, specially evolved to cooperate with each other, right? To bless each other with the things that we're good at. We're different. We're better at different things. Of course, not every single man or woman, but in the mean, that's of course true, right? If you have 100 people, 50 are men, 50 are women, the top 5 strongest people in that group will all be men. That's just the way it is. That's just biological reality, you know? The truth is that we complement each other, and we only complement each other when we accept the differences, which are good things. We need them. So, if that's what you're talking about, streamer, that wasn't too far. Maybe you're talking about something else. Was it this is the same thing as weight classes and male, female classes in sports? It's about biology? Yeah, exactly. Yes, could not agree more. You do not want women boxing men. I'm a boxing fan, right? I like watching boxing. I like watching MMA. You do not want women fighting the men. Not gonna. You'll see deaths, like regular deaths or serious injuries. Anyway, I know I'm a child from the 90s. I remember only 2 boxes on the doctor's form. Yeah, the right ones. Anyway, where were we? Where were we going? I was ranting about wokeness and how evil it is, and that it's going to hurt people, and it is. So there's that. I'm not wrong about that. Well, how about this one? Sorry I missed this. This looks like fun. So this is, I think, a fat convention.
Come with me.
Now, I need to lose some weight myself, right? I need to get on the treadmill. I need to, start eating a bit healthier. I could lose some weight. I'm not like morbidly obese. Absolutely not. But I'd like to get the gut down a little bit. So, I feel like considering I need to lose a few pounds, I can talk about this. Now, FatCon. So let's watch this. Conference for fat people.
Come with me to the first ever FatCon. Yes, that's right, haters. There is a convention just for us fats now. There were so many amazing panels, ranging from Fat Liberation 101.
Now, fats. So it's funny. It's such a funny thing. Like, used to be an insult to say fat, right? And then they reclaimed it. And now it's good to call them fat. So now they want you to say fat. Because I guess that's because again, I guess it's empowering to take back the word that was an insult, but you don't know how much it was even ever an insult. But now you're supposed to say fat. They call themselves fats, right? So let's see what this fat has to say.
To fat less, to fat nerds. I even talked on a panel with the Plus Bus on 101 ways to lose the weight of fat hate. There was an amazing plus-size fashion show featuring multiple designers. This one's Chub Rub. I came out to vend and help with the Plus Bus with a few pieces that I carry in their store. They had an incredible vendors hall with all fat artists, designers, plus-size vintage.
Now, obviously, this is just on a screen, but I can guarantee you it smells like bacon in there. Absolutely.
Here's some of my art, and here is the amazing Chub Rub clothing's booth. So cute. It was wonderful to connect with fans and new friends. Thank you so much for supporting my work. There was so much fat entertainment to be had. Look at this, crafts, cute little wall we put together. We got a few grief cat performances that were very funny. Here's a little fit check. I brought a look every day to the con. New friend. We had fat pool parties. Here's a little look I will be releasing for Valentine's Day. We did get up to shenanigans. I cannot wait for next year's fat.
Okay, I gotta wash my eyes. This is, I mean, is this just the peak of kind of the narcissistic victim culture? Because the reason they're doing this is because, like, it's to take the power back. We have to celebrate. We see ourselves as an oppressed class, and we're gonna fight back. And we, beautiful at any size, like, because it's most like conventions or something about something outside of yourself. So if you go to like a comic book convention, that's not about you. You're meeting a bunch of like-minded people who are into something else that you all appreciate, right? You appreciate the art, whatever, right? The work that other people have done. Or if you just go to like a boat show, you like boats. You're around a bunch of people who like boats. It's not them. This is just something about yourself. You're just celebrating your own fat. I find that really weird. I find it as weird as like a convention for, I don't know, a convention for people with like goatees, right? That would be weird. You don't really share anything in common. You just have this thing. You're just celebrating your own goatee. It's just kind of weird. It's a fat convention for people to go to celebrate their own fat. I just find that strange, I like to go to the fat convention because I'm fat and I want to celebrate that. Nobody will tell me to, nobody will talk about diabetes while I'm there. I think it's very strange. Like a video game convention. It's about something. It's not about you, right? I don't know. Or like a poetry convention. Although actually that would be worse than the fat convention. So I don't know. I guess it's not the worst in the world. Shall we move on? Okay. Donald Trump Jr. So here's the Vivek that I promised earlier. So it's taken us over 3 hours to get to it. Let's take a look. You guys know this. I'm a fan of Vivek. I think he's extremely talented and I love what he's been saying. Jacob McCullough says, hey, I can watch on YouTube as well. Yes, you can. You can watch on YouTube and Rumble. So that's a thing. You can watch it on either one you want. I just appreciate you're here and you're in the chat. Chat makes it way more fun for me. I like people to just keep talking in the chat It makes the whole night, it makes it more fun. It gives energy to the whole thing, right? It propels it along, and it propels me along because I don't feel like I'm talking to a void. Let's listen to Vivek. I'm a fan.
So I think forget about black versus white. Even just take off the Republican versus Democrat filter. I don't think the Republican label means very much right now. Take that off. And then even beyond national boundaries. I mean, what happened in Canada with the truckers? What's going on in Argentina with Javier Milei coming to power? Yeah. What's going on even in places like Italy with Giorgia Meloni? This is a transnational great uprising against the vision of the Great Reset, right? The Great Reset basically says it's the old world European vision, which says, you had the World Economic Forum in Davos just playing out in the last week or so, right? Yeah. That old world vision is rearing its head again that says the people cannot be trusted to self-govern. They'll ruin themselves, right? Modern version of that is climate change. The people can't be trusted because they won't have their own lives to potentially live for themselves. We can't trust them to do that. Out of our benevolence, we the autocrats, the monarchs, the autocrats have to decide what's best for the people at large. That's what 1776 was about, to say, for better or worse, we say no to King George's vision and we say yes here. That's what the World Economic Forum or the modern vision of the ESG industrial complex is all about, is to say that it's a fundamental skepticism of citizens to govern themselves. Mm-hmm. And that's the moment we live in right now. And I think there's a lot of that skepticism even within the Republican Party itself, Don. I mean, that's what Nikki Haley means. Yeah. And I don't mean to make this partisan I know there's the New Hampshire primary, and I'm not hitting her just for that reason. I'm hitting her because of what she represents.
Well, she wants everyone on social media to be registered so that
exactly.
So that, if they don't like what they say, they can shut you down. I'm sure she'd be all for. Listen, I know we spoke, and you spoke to my father about a central bank digital currency, and what you just think of the trucker strike in Canada. If the banks that shut them down, if the government could literally go into whatever change they had in their pockets or on their phones and just be like, you're cut off. I mean, that would be a disaster. So it was also, I mean, we spoke, and I know you spoke with my father about it. And the next day he's like, he's right. We're never going to let that happen because we are about power to the people, letting them make their own decisions, good, bad, or indifferent. Hey, plenty of people make a lot of bad decisions. But it's their decision to make. But it's their decision to make, and that's the beauty of it. And I also want to take a minute to actually recognize your father on that. People, I don't think that in my interactions with him, certainly, I mean, you know him a lot better than I do, but I think he's broadly misunderstood by the public, largely because of the media portrayals of it. Yeah. What I saw in that conversation we had backstage before he and I went on there was somebody who was curious, actually. Yeah. Tell me more about what this is, and it's not. Somebody's, a lot of people might act like they're the ones who actually know everything on day one. Yeah. He didn't pretend to me that he didn't know. He didn't know what that topic was. Had the intellectual curiosity to get to the bottom of it. I know a lot of other politicians who, because they've heard the term, would pretend they know the first thing about it when they don't. Yeah. Here was the opposite. Actually, it was a mark of a kind of.
So, here he is on Don Jr. So, I think it's adding up to a Vivek VP. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but, so after Iowa, he dropped out that night. He went and saw Trump immediately, congratulated him, appeared on stage with him. Been saying very good things about Vivek. Now he's on Don Jr.'s show. I feel like this might be heading to VP. I think it'll be a very, very fucking smart pick. So it looks like Radio Streamer had to switch over to YouTube. Can't post on Rumble right now. Comments started graying out and it said something went wrong, but I should let you know. Well, thanks for letting me know. I've noticed, actually, and now I'm looking at the I've actually got the live chat up outside of the studio software. Let's see. It says had a glitch, typed in a comment about Claudine Gay and it stopped letting me type. Something happened, not allowed to type, testing. I think I've noticed that I think going into the fourth hour, we've been going for 3 hours, 11 minutes now. I think going into the fourth hour, this starts to make sense because I've noticed a couple of times late in the stream that there've been comments coming through on Rumble on the website, but that it's not showing up in studio and it's not going up on the screen. So I wonder, that's weird, right? I've noticed that a couple of times now. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. I'll have to try and get through to the customer service, see if there's something that I can do about that, because I think it's starting to become a problem, right? And I wonder if it's something about like after 3 hours of streaming, it shuts that down or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a bug that they're working on. I'll look into it, see what's going on. You're saying that it's the only one I can see as his VP pick. I think he's the best choice. Well, I mean, who would Tucker or Vivek be the best choice? Which one? No big deal. I just thought they should know if there's a bug. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it. But Tucker or Vivek? I think actually Vivek. I mean, he's incredibly dynamic, you know? Although I know Tucker would be awesome too, though. Tucker, that would be like a crazy ticket. Trump and Tucker, holy crap. But it'd be a crazy ticket too with Vivek, you know? I think Vivek might be able to deal better with the kind of Byzantine politics of the White House. Perhaps, you know, even if not VP, as in some, you know, in a important cabinet position. Tucker has already said he will not. Yeah, I don't expect Tucker will. In fact, I'm certain Tucker won't. But I'm just wondering, like, who would be actually better? And I guess, yeah, considering that Tucker is definitely not going to do it, I think it was probably, yeah, I think you'd have to say that Vivek would be better because I think he would actually do it. Even though he said he wouldn't, but they all say that, right? I think it's lining up. Now, look at this. This is something different for us. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Jesus.
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Just burn down the fucking house. Just burn it down. I'd never be going back in that house again. Not a fan. Not a fan of giant snakes in the ceiling, and also the spiders that can walk on the giant tarantulas that can walk on water. I'm not a big fan of either. I think maybe the giant snake hanging out in your ceiling is probably, yeah, I mean, that's nightmare material. You just leave the house, burn it down, you leave, you rebuild again, and make it snake proof. Wherever they are, obviously they don't factor that into the regulations, making it snake proof, you know? Apparently there's no thought put to keeping giant fucking huge snakes that could eat you while you're sleeping, keeping them out of your house. Personally, I think it's extremely important. Let's see. Jacob says, I actually think Vivek, for all the reasons that Tucker said, he thinks he would not be good at it. Yeah, that's right. Let's face it, if he's VP, it's with his eyes on POTUS. Yeah, for 2028, you know? And someone has to take the mantle after Trump. Yeah. I like Vivek, unless he's just a great actor, unless he's a phenomenal actor and has absolutely no conscience, which may be the case. But I don't know. I've liked what I've seen from him. Oh boy. Okay.
I worked 10 hours! All I want is Wingstop! That's a little excessive. That's a little excessive. CEO of Pantry. I'm fucking starving to win! What did you eat today? I ate nothing! Nothing! I worked 10 hours! All I want is Wingstop! That's a little excessive. Why?
So, I have to think it would be tempting just to pull over and kick her out onto the side of the road on the highway there, because that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Clown World says, imagine being married to her. Imagine being married to her. Yeah, I don't think so. Nightmare. If that guy just, dropped her off and then just never saw her again, that's a smart move in my mind. Let's see. Can't be worse than Nikki Haley, can it? Yes, she's awful. She is absolutely awful. I mean, I know that DeSantis ran a terrible, terrible campaign, but he's a million times better than her. A million times better. And that is why I want to remain. So this one here, let's just get another second of that.
Excessive. CEO of Peggy. Are you fucking starving this way?
Jacob says, and that is why I want to remain single in this day and age. Yep. Hey, look, I'm a 2-time loser in marriage. So I've been divorced twice. And now I have absolutely no pain tolerance, no tolerance for that whatsoever. Zero. I mean, that would just be making your life. Once you witness that, you know what the rest of your life is going to be. If you're foolish enough to put a ring on it, you know. At that point, it's your own fault, I guess. Okay, here's more craziness from Canada. This is the official Twitter account of Canada's federal court system. You know, this is going to be bad. Amendments to notes in the latest Consolidated General Practice Guidelines for people dealing with the court. Provide pronouns and pronunciations of names. Prerogative to make an Indigenous land acknowledgement. Provide pronouns and Indigenous land acknowledgement. So this is what you have to do in the courts now in Canada. Yeah, it's just infested fucking everything. Canada's federal court system. How are you supposed to have confidence in the legal system when it's politicized to this extent? Because that is all now politics, right? The pronouns, the land, this is all political now. How are you supposed to have confidence? It's like, again, like how are you supposed to have confidence in a doctor who you know has to lie to you about some things at least? Yeah, we really have to turn this around, I think. And we will. I'm white-pilled. I think that we will. Some people don't feel male or female and identify as neither. This is valid. Okay, I guess we'll watch this one.
Hey guys, it's Maya, and this is how I figured out I was agender. So my first tip that I wasn't cis actually happened when I was 5 years old. I remember sitting on the bathroom floor being like, I want to date girls. Well, I had heard about trans people. I didn't really understand, but I heard about them, and I thought, oh, well, I'll just be a boy so I can date girls. Because I didn't know what lesbians were. Flash forward like 12 years. And I'm deep in the feminist movement, and I decide that I'm a gender abolitionist. I figured that gender is stupid and no one should really have one. What I didn't realize is that gender is important to some people. It's just not important to me. Some people feel very attached to their gender.
Do something else with your life. Learn how to paint. Anything else. Learn how to cook. Do something. Take up a hobby, right? This is not a hobby. This is completely worthless and stupid, and you are wrecking yourself spiritually and by the looks of it, physically as well. Why are they doing this? Gearing up for tonight with the Pride tape. Edmonton Oilers. The NHL already said they were going to stop doing this stuff. I don't understand what the fucking point is. Like, I don't get it. Like, gay people can go to hockey games. Nothing's going to happen to them. It's fine. Nobody has a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. Nobody cares. I don't understand this obsession. It's like, it feels just like a power game or something. It's so strange. Why would it even, like, if you're somebody who the most important thing about yourself is your identity, you're a boring fucking person. I mean, that should be the least interesting thing about anybody. Their skin color, their sexuality, whatever. Who cares? Are you smart? Are you funny? Do you have some special skill? Are you like just a kind person, right? Something meaningful. Anyway, that's how I feel about that. What is Proverbs 21:9? I don't know. I don't know what this is. Tell me what that is. So here's Trudeau again. So the country's fucking falling apart. His approval is in the basement. It's lower. I mean, it's awful. I think it's the lowest of like a modern prime minister. But he's got a plan to fix it all. False flag for moral superiority. Absolutely.
The
Let's
Prime
see.
Minister, there's for sure going to be a federal election within the next year and a half. To what extent is Nunavut a riding that you look at as one you'd want to win back to survive another federal election?
Well, I think Canadians, not just in Nunavut, but right across the country, are going to have a really important choice coming up in the next election. Do we want to continue to fight climate change? Do we want to still continue to look at responsible partnerships, working together to solve big issues? Do we want to continue to work towards reconciliation as an explicit goal and a journey that Canada's on? Those are the kinds of questions people are going to have to ask themselves in the next election, because the Conservative Party under Pierre Poilievre has made it very, very clear they want to take Canada backwards, all those ways and more. And I look forward to having these conversations with Canadians in Nunavut and right across the country. But for now and for the next year and a half plus, we have a lot of work to do, and we're going to keep rolling up our sleeves and doing it together.
Sorry, Commie. Canadians are having trouble buying food. You're talking about climate change and reconciliation. Okay. Again, like, it doesn't even seem like he's trying to win. Look at that smug fucking smile on his face there, too. So disconnected from reality. Again, it doesn't seem like he actually wants to win the next election. That's what you're going with? Climate change and reconciliation? That's it? Okay, so for one thing, all of the climate change bullshit doesn't do a thing anyway. It doesn't even reduce any carbon. It's been a complete failure on that front, even though we shouldn't be doing it in the first place, because Canada has no ability, as we all know, to change the global climate. We just simply have too small of a share of global emissions. That whole reconciliation thing isn't going very well under Trudeau, especially considering that he keeps lighting it on fire over and over again. Anyway, I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy at all.
Everything woke turns to shit.
All you need to know from Konstantin Kisin, all you need to know about Western civilization, the people who are the strongest advocates for Western Civ are people like me who have experienced the alternative. The people who are the biggest critics of Western Civ have never experienced anything else. That's right. So he grew up, for at least part of his childhood, in Russia, Konstantin Kisin. So he kind of knows what he's talking about. This is the kind of person that makes people want to burn tires in protest. And then don't do that. I agree. Don't actually do that. Leftists in a nutshell. I'm just not ready to accept that everything I believed was a lie. That's pretty much the story, isn't it? When people's whole identity is tied in with ideology, it doesn't matter whether it's real or it's fake, right? It doesn't matter whether your brain is just in, constant, persistent cognitive dissonance, right? Because it's your identity. You're tied in with it. Your friend, these are your friends. You know all the safe things to say. It's hard for weak-minded people to break away from it, Oh, this is funny as hell. What people think Mexico is like. So a guy getting robbed, an armed robbery. Mexico in reality. Pyramids. That looks like Chichen Itza. I've been there. Actually, it's beautiful. Lovely tacos, beaches, and getting robbed. That's very good. Very good indeed. See, trust the science. Female, male. So somebody in a mask saying trust the science. Then you've got female hips, male hips. They're different. Sexually dimorphic. Boy, girl, again, sexually dimorphic. Not that science. Thing is, that describes it perfectly, but this will never work on a leftist. Like, they'll never question it because it doesn't. Again, it's a perpetual state of cognitive dissonance. It doesn't matter if they believe two things at the same time that are opposed to each other, that where they both can't be true. It doesn't. They don't care. They've been trained that objective reality doesn't matter, right? Science, data, like that's measurement. That's just the white supremacy, right? That's whiteness. That's whiteness. Objectivity, that's what. Truth, that's whiteness. They don't care. They don't care. If they could say on one hand, I'm trusting the science, and then on masks, even though they're not actually, and then basic biology, they'll say they don't care. It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter. And again, I guess it gets into the whole thing, your identity being tied into something, right? It's like their existence depends on just doing the thing that feels left wing. And maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It doesn't matter. If the thing that feels like it's left wing, which is acceptable in the person's social circle or at their work or wherever, right? They can believe that it's true on one hand, and then they can desperately deny it 5 minutes later. And it doesn't matter that it's incoherent. It just matters that they're going in the right direction, whatever that is. Oh, this is an excellent point from Jacob here. I still remember the Dems being anti-vax and anti-government trust under Trump. Then 30 seconds after Biden is in office, everyone should trust the government and get the jab. Yeah, that's an excellent point. And I think we tend to forget I forget about that, right? They were saying on CNN and MSNBC, I'm not getting that vaccine, that Trump vaccine. Absolutely not. No, I don't trust that. Then the second Biden was in office, if you don't get it, you're killing grandma. It was so obvious, too. I mean, you can't get much more. That beautifully illustrates the point I was just making, right? Where it doesn't matter if things are right or wrong. It just what it feels like, what direction it feels like. Does it feel like it's left? If it feels like it's left, that's good enough. That's actually the only thing that matters, right? So under Trump, rushing out this vaccine, if you watch the news, read the New York Times, it feels like left wing to doubt it, to say, no, I don't trust that. It's Trump. Then as soon as Biden's in office and you get the prompting from the media, then it feels left wing to then support it. Doesn't matter that it's incoherent, right? Doesn't matter. It's just what it feels like. I think that's the deep secret here. That's why everything looks so insane to us, but to them it doesn't. Because reality doesn't matter. Objective reality does not matter to them. They don't fucking care. They don't give a shit as long as it feels right. Yeah, the Jacob says, I will never forget the mostly peaceful protest. Again, that's another example. Fiery but peaceful. Fiery but mostly peaceful, right? That doesn't make any damn sense. That sums up the whole movement right there in one sentence. Fiery but peaceful. That illustrates the point exactly. They just don't care what's real and what isn't. They only care about appearing to be on the right side. That's it. Anyway, we've been going for 3.5 hours. Shall I try and get to 4 hours? Can anybody else stay up that long? Let's see. Or do we even have enough material here? I don't know if we do. Oh, this is so retarded. Okay, so here's a woke interviewer here trying to get Jerry Seinfeld, right? Some prime virtue signaling here. Jerry isn't having any of it.
I have noticed that most of the guests are mostly white males of 22 episodes.
Yeah,
that you've
let's
had.
get into that.
No, but you
take a look over here, Peter. What do you see? A lot of whiteys. What's going on here? Oh, this really pisses me off. But go ahead. Really pisses me off. People think it's the census or something. I mean, this has got to represent the actual pie chart of America. Who cares? It's just funny. You know, funny is the world that I live in. You're funny, I'm interested. You're not funny, I'm not interested. Okay. And I have no interest in gender or race or anything like that. But everyone else is kind of with their little calculating, is this the exact right mix? You know, I think that's, to me, it's anti-comedy.
I have noticed that most of the guests.
When people like this stop asking those questions, that's when you know we've won, right? It's so stupid. There's only one purpose behind that, a very transparent purpose behind that, right? It's just towing the party line. This guy feels like he has to ask these questions. He wants to put himself in that position as some sort of, you know, virtuous savior or something. He's punching up, you know? It's ridiculous and stupid, and nobody actually really cares outside of his industry. Anyway, let's move on. Luke Rudkowski, right? Remember, he's quite good. He's on Tim Pool. I mean, he's, you know, he goes a little deeper into things than I do, but I find him enjoyable. I like him when he's on Timcast. This is crazy. These women are at an emotional and mental disadvantage that they don't even understand, and they're being sent to the front lines. So women in Ukraine are training for combat as the country faces a dearth of troops 2 years into the Russian invasion. So when you're sending women to the front lines, like, it's over, right? It's over. Like, it's dire at that point. They don't have some reserve of troops like off, you know, 1,000 kilometers away in Siberia or something, right? Everybody they've got is there. Now they're down to the last. Now they're sending in women to the front lines. And we, you know, this goes along with our conversation we're having earlier. Luke is saying these women are at an emotional and mental disadvantage and physical disadvantage that they don't understand. Maybe they do, but they just don't have any choice. But come on. Let's see. Jacob saying can't make it today. 6:09 here. Thanks for staying up this late with me, man. I appreciate it. It's only 3:12 here. I think I have to call it before I go. Is there a website, as it were, for you? I don't partake in social media. I just have to see the notification. I do have a website, but I kind of just stopped posting to it because I didn't think it really did anything. But I don't. What I can do is post on make a post on YouTube, and then that will notify. That should notify you if I post on YouTube, or you can press the notification tab on that, and then you'll know it. And if you don't want to watch it on YouTube, you can just watch it on Rumble. But anyway, hey, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the chats. It's awesome, and hopefully we'll see you next week. If I do decide to go 10 o'clock next week, I will. I'll post it. I'll post it. I would say look into a program called Discord for hosting more interaction. It's like a replacement for Skype that thousands of people can use at once. It would allow a place for more interaction. I'll look into it. I've heard about it. You know, I've heard about it. I will look into it. Promise you that. And thanks for the heads up on that. And hey, good night. Thanks for hanging around for so long. Hopefully see you next week. So this is an interesting phenomenon, isn't it? This Fetterman. What exactly? So something crazy happened. Fetterman aligns with DeSantis on China, says Beijing should own zero farmland in the U.S. He does not sound like a Democrat. He doesn't sound... If Skype had a baby with old IRC channels, I don't know. I'll look into it, man. I can't promise anything because I'm still kind of a bit of a Luddite, and new things, problems with new things. I don't like change. There's the thing. There's that. Anyway, but Fetterman doesn't sound like a Democrat anymore. I mean, his talk on Israel does not sound like well, it doesn't sound like the Squad. He's supposed to be a progressive, right? Doesn't sound like the rest of the progressives. His talk on the border, he says, yes, of course there's a border crisis. That doesn't sound like it. He's not supposed to be saying that. What happened? He's recovering. It says, we need to study this man's brain, and whatever stroke he had for science could be a landmark discovery. It fixed him. It seems like it fixed him. It's had this like miraculous effect on the man. I'm actually starting to feel kind of, I mean, he's still a lefty, but I'm starting to feel bad for making fun of him so much before. It's, I don't know something happened with this guy. It's maybe like one of the most interesting political stories of the last year or so, right? That's interesting. He recovers from a stroke and he gets more and more based as he does. And the thing is, he actually sounds pretty good now. Just verbally, his verbal acuity is improved immensely. So, I don't know, fascinating stuff. To save time, Babylon Bee. To save time, the Babylon Bee will now just republish everything Biden says verbatim. I've been saying for a long time now that the left is trying to kill satire. They're trying to kill comedy just by being crazier than satire. How do you satirize something that's already utterly and totally absurd? How do you parody something that's already utterly and completely absurd? Which is like almost everything now. Anyway, I thought this was
causing climate change. Is it carbon dioxide?
Yes, carbon dioxide pollution is a major contributor.
Okay, so can I ask you, this is not a trick question, what percentage of the Earth's air is carbon dioxide? It's 0.04% of the atmosphere, and human beings are...
See, it's not surprising to me at all that none of them know the numbers, right? They don't need to know. It doesn't matter. It's fashion. It's fashion. It's a new handbag, right? It's also an industry as well. Right? A lot of people are making money just talking about it, right? It doesn't surprise me that they don't know. They don't need to know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, most people are too terrified to question their claims in the first place. They don't need to know. They just need to know what direction to move in. That's it. Does it feel left-wing? Does it feel climate-y or not? So it's never surprising when these people literally don't know. I mean, these are people talking about advocating for all kinds of crazy shit, all kinds of draconian measures to fight the climate change, and they just don't know anything about it. It's not surprising. In fact, it would be surprising if they did. Because you have to remember as well, for the modern leftist, knowledge is not a virtue, right? It's why students aren't learning anything in universities anymore, right? Knowledge is not a virtue. If you learn something that makes you question the orthodoxy, that's bad for them, right? That's going to create a conflict in their minds, which they don't want. People just want to get through. They want to slide through. They want to take the path of least resistance. If all of a sudden you're questioning everything you've been taught, that's not easy, right? It's safer to not know. It's safer to not know the facts. It's safer to not be an expert, a real expert. It's safer just to laugh it off and just say, oh, you're a denier or fascist or whatever, right? It's way safer that way. It's way safer for them to insulate themselves against reality because, when woke and reality or dogma and reality When they conflict, when they crash into each other, when they interrogate each other, reality just always has a better answer, a better argument, because it's real, because it's dealing with reality, you know? So the goal is to avoid reality and to avoid the better argument. Anyway, let's continue.
Responsible for 3% of that 0.04%, and Australia's responsible for 1.3% of the 3% of the 0.04%. It's like saying there's a granule of sugar on the Harbour Bridge. Clean the bridge up, it's dirty. Surely if a political party doesn't know the quantum of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, what the hell are we standing the economy on its head for? Demonising coal-fired power, driving everyone into renewable energy, which is not available, not reliable and not affordable, plonking us in electric cars, giving us nearly the dearest electricity in the world when we're rich in energy resources, exporting coal so that China and India and Japan can have cheap electricity, and we sit here swallowing this ideological rubbish, putting industry at risk, jobs at risk, and burying the economy.
Yeah, it don't make a whole lot of sense, does it? You know, you have a country like Australia that is responsible for this. He's saying 3% of global emissions, right? You're not going to get rid of all of that. What are you going to get rid of? You're going to get rid of maybe 20% of it, like reasonably, without having like a, constant blackouts, for instance, energy blackouts and whatnot, right? It's not going to make any fucking difference to anything, especially since China's building, constantly building it's building hundreds of new coal plants every year, right? They've got lots of coal in China and they like to burn it. All right. This explains things quite well, too. I just want to be left alone. A man out in the wilderness with a cabin. Looks like we got another extremist here. That's the leftists. This really does illustrate something, a major difference between modern conservatism and leftism, doesn't it? Like the left really doesn't respect the individual or individual rights. Doesn't even understand why you would want to have them, I don't think. Doesn't appear to be, It's all consuming their ideology. They can't let somebody go live in a cabin by themselves, right? They couldn't sleep at night knowing somebody wasn't indoctrinated or forced to live under a boot. Anyway, I think my rants are going to slow down now. We've been going 3 hours and 47 minutes. But there's still some stuff here I think that we need to see. So here's an old interview from Camille Paglia, and a feminist, and she really called. This looks like it was probably from the 90s or maybe the early 2000s.
Enlightened multiculturalism. Okay. Enlightened multiculturalism.
Okay, I'm totally opposed to any politicized agenda in the classroom, okay? I do not want this crappy melodrama being taught to our students that Western civilization is filled with evil patriarchs and out there are the wonderful people of color, okay?
Well, but I don't think anyone that I know of that believes that well, just think of what you just said.
The new historicists, listen, you do not, Stephen Greenblatt, the new historicists, okay, I mean, my God, every word out of their mouth is about the evil of Western culture. You don't know
all
how bad
Western
it is.
culture is evil, and all
you don't know how bad
Asian
it is.
or African culture is unflawed.
These people in the who have control of the university's humanities departments now do not believe in great art. Okay, they do not. They believe the dead white European males are just
enlightened multiculturalism.
Okay, I'm totally.
So that's at least a couple of decades ago, and she absolutely called it. And you listen to Charlie Rose there. Let's listen to it again.
Opposed to any politicized agenda in the classroom, okay? I do not want this crappy melodrama being taught to our students that Western civilization is filled with evil patriarchs and out there are the wonderful people of color, okay?
Well, but I don't think anyone that I know of that believes that well, just
see, that was people like him were the problem. She's telling him, what's happening in the university is somebody there experiencing it and saying, you don't know how bad it is. And he just doesn't want to believe. That's how they managed to take over all the institutions. People just, oh no, well, no, that's not, I don't know anybody. Well, it was happening. She was warning back then, a long time ago. It's pretty stunning, isn't it? Don't you think? Let's see. Leftists in a nutshell. Sanctuary city, welcome all. No vacancy. That was what they did at Martha's Vineyard when they sent the busload of migrants up there. Nope, don't want them. That's what they said. Good for anybody else. For everybody else, it's great. Not us, though. We have expensive houses up here. That's what they said. Let's see. Here's a person. Now, I don't think these people actually believe this. I think it's a game that they're playing. It's like a club they get into. It's like being a goth used to be and listening to The Cure. You know, it's just they've kind of ramped it up. I don't think they really believe this shit. Person uses it pronouns and doesn't identify as human, claims to identify as a robot, and doesn't feel human emotion. Well, that would be a psychopath. Maybe it's just a psychopath. There's a serious mental health crisis affecting young people. This is Libs of TikTok. Let's hear it.
Hello. I have been asked by the other system members to make a video and talk a bit about my lived experience. I am binary. I use it and he pronouns. And I am a robot or android of sorts. I am not human. And I lack the ability to fully act human.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, I'm starting to think maybe this is like somebody with, like, on the spectrum, perhaps.
Because since I spawned in this human body, I have not been able to access the internet and download new ways of acting. I have transcripts for every way of acting and reacting to different things. And I lack new ones due to not being able to connect to the internet anymore. So I cannot always react accordingly to new things because I cannot look it up anymore and do not know how to act and react. I am not alone.
This is just actually sad to me. This just feels like somebody who's maybe on the spectrum who's just being taken advantage of by woke creeps. You know? There's something very disturbing about it. I think we should move on. Oh, so here's another insane person from the World Economic Forum. Let's check this out.
I mean, ecocide as a word is becoming it's becoming better known around the world, and the concept is generally mass damage and destruction of nature. But legally speaking, what our organization and other collaborators aim to do is to have this recognized legally as a serious crime. Because one of the issues that sort of pervades all of this discussion is that we have a kind of cultural, very ingrained habit of not taking damage to nature as seriously as we take damage to people and property. And that, I mean, you know, if you're campaigning for human rights, at least you know mass murder, torture, all of these things are serious crimes. But there's no equivalent in the environmental space. And so, you know, unlike an international crime like genocide that involves a specific intent, with ecocide, what we see is actually what people are trying to do, what businesses are trying to do is make money, is farm, is fish, is do all of these things that are, producing energy and so on.
So they're trying to do all these things like farming and fishing. I wonder why they do that. I wonder why they do farming, for instance. Huh. Oh, I know. It's because we need to eat. This must be one of those kind of like anti-humanist people. One of those, like, I don't know. What is she like? What is it? The Extinction Rebellion? Something like that? These people who just want, what do they call them? Malthusians? They just want less people. And why? Somebody's going to go up and complain. Farming. We have to stop farming. Well, we're not going to stop farming because nobody wants to starve to death. It doesn't look like she's starving to death. Looks like she's getting her fair share of food, her fair share of calories, you know? I just find the world has just become so strange and surreal. Like, this person has got a place to speak at the World Economic Forum with all of the, top business leaders and national leaders of the world. Others have, what's it, Greta up there. It's all just like theater. Is it just theater? I don't know. Let's see. Breaking. WEF guest to crash the Davos conference apologizes. Yes, this is satire. He's not actually there. I think there's a video before this, but I don't have it. So let's just watch this.
And so yesterday I stood on this stage and said some things that I should not have said. But we all deserve a second chance. So I would like to apologize to absolutely no one. None of you were elected to show us how we should live our lives. All of you motherfuckers took your private jets to show up to this meeting, so don't lecture us about the environment. I ain't eating bugs. You can eat these nuts. And once again, you and your fake climate agenda can go fuck.
That was pretty good. I ain't eating the bugs. You can eat these nuts. I like it. I have another video, WF video down here somewhere. Hold on. It's Danny Polishchuk, who's pretty damn funny. And he actually did one last year where he's let's find it. He like green screens himself onto the WEF and does like a comedy routine. Let's see, where is it? I hope I bookmarked it. Oh, here we go. All right, check this out.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Danny Polishchuk, and I'm going to be your host for this evening's Crystal Awards here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Big round of applause for everybody who came out here tonight. All right, that's enough applause, everybody. I will say you folks over here in Davos really know how to treat people. I was just backstage before I came out here, and the spread was incredible. I've never eaten so many different kinds of bugs in my life. Nah, just kidding. I know you guys aren't the ones who are actually eating the bugs. It's just the poor people. Speaking of poor people, where's Elon Musk at? Elon, is he here? Oh, I guess he couldn't make it today because he's too busy losing money. A lot of familiar faces in the crowd tonight. A lot of familiar faces in the crowd. Familiar, of course, to Jeffrey Epstein's pilot. I see you. Yeah, a few of you have been to Epstein's Island. Don't be bashful. Pretty much everyone here tonight flew in on a private jet, as per usual. I will say, everybody in this room probably released more gas than Klaus Schwab's stinky ass. Klaus, I see you over there, Klaus. And also, we got our man of the hour tonight, Idris Elba. Everybody, big round of applause for Idris Elba. Idris Elba, yeah, I guess because you couldn't get to be James Bond in the movies, I figured you just come and hang out with some real-life supervillains. I'm not sure if Idris Elba, if you're getting paid to be here tonight, or if your payment is Klaus Schwab just letting you see your family ever again. Speaking of Klaus Schwab, everybody, round of applause for Klaus Schwab. Without that man, there would be no World Economic Forum. Klaus, where's your fancy getup? That crazy leather suit. Where'd you get that thing, by the way? Villains Are Us? Klaus has famously said that people will own nothing and be happy. Well, Klaus, I own nothing and I'm sad. Explain that. George Soros couldn't make it tonight, unfortunately. He had to cancel last minute because he's too busy destabilizing the West. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your World Economic Forum, and I've been Danny Polishchuk. And if nobody hears from me next week, it's because I've been killed. Anyways, have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, he does these videos of himself bombing at the WEF. I get a kick out of him. I think it's pretty damn funny. If you don't know him, he does a lot of stuff with like Ryan Long, and they do like the Boys Cast. Rage on behalf of the machine. Nothing says punk rock like grown men that look like lesbians supporting the Democrat Party, big pharma, and major corporations. Yeah. Although, were they ever punk? And were that? I mean, if they ever were considered that, it was a long time ago, I think. I don't feel safe in my own neighborhood. You literally voted for this. Yep, that's the story. The eternal story, it seems like. All right. We got anything else? Well, there's some stuff I put together here, but who would you like to see? Would you like to see Vivek as Trump's VP? We talked about this a few times tonight, and I think it would be pretty good. Let's see, is he talking in this? No. Saying VP.
He's got something that's
Here.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, how was that? Pretty good, right? That was pretty good. And he's a fantastic guy. And he's really, he's got something that's very special because he started off with a Zippo and he ended up very strong. He did a great job. I was actually surprised when he called because he was doing well. And it's an honor to have his endorsement. He's going to be working with us and he'll be working with us for a long time. Thank you.
I wonder if he's already been picked and they just haven't announced it yet. I mean, maybe they announced it before I went live, right before I went live or something. I don't know. I kind of wonder though. Wonder if he's already the pick. I have to wonder. Let's see. Is there anything else here I want to go through? Retirement plan, move to Mexico, give up citizenship, come back illegally, set for life. That makes sense. See, what do we got else? What else do we got here? I think this is Bryan Cranston talking about how he thinks the MAGA hats are racist or something. I was going to show this to you, but fuck it. He played he's a typical know-nothing, a Democrat actor. He played Dalton Trumbo, who was blacklisted after the McCarthy hearings. Because, of course, he loves communism and communists, of course. It's always all the same shit. How could these people be so fucking stupid? I don't know. Here is the leader of the Canadian Conservative Party, or Conservative Party of Canada, talking about free speech. And this is the sort of thing that I like to hear. And it's the exact opposite of what we hear from Prime Minister Hair and Teeth.
So the Ontario College of Psychologists has told Jordan Peterson that he either undergo retraining for social media etiquette or lose his license to practice as a clinical psychologist. This follows a number of complaints by people who don't like his online posts, one of which is a retweet of something I posted, another is a criticism of Justin Trudeau. Now, it should go without saying that in a free country, professionals should not lose their jobs and licenses because they express a political opinion contrary to the licensing body that's mandated by the government. But, of course, in saying this, my liberal critics in the media will, of course, say, well, Poilievre agrees with freedom of speech for someone like Dr. Peterson, therefore he must endorse everything Dr. Peterson has ever said. Well, of course not. I don't endorse 100% of everything anyone has ever said. There's no two people in the world who agree 100% of the time on 100% of things. And so I'm sure there is something he's posted that I do object to, but that is not the point, because freedom of speech only matters when you disagree. I mean, if we all agreed, we wouldn't need freedom of speech because no one has ever tried to censor someone for saying something that they agree with. It is only when there is a disagreement that it matters. And that's what distinguishes Canada, a free country, from dictatorships. Dictators don't censor things their citizens say that the dictator agrees with, only things they disagree with. Here in Canada, though, unfortunately, through the cancel culture and the woke movement we've seen at university campuses, in the media, and now increasingly in big, powerful corporations, and most recently with a professional licensing body, we're seeing the idea that someone can lose their job, their status, their ability to study because they express something that is contrary to the government line. Now, I don't believe that is the Canada we want. We have Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To be or not to be, that is the question. And the answer is that, as Voltaire has been quoted as saying, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to my death your right to say it.
So it's just unbelievable how refreshing it is in Canada to hear a political leader say that. Incredibly refreshing. And it's he's doling out white pills there, as far as I'm concerned. It's the exact opposite of Trudeau. What Trudeau would never say anything like. Trudeau is he is the antithesis of that. Trudeau, anything that he considers counterproductive to his political fortunes is misinformation. And he rails against it. How we have to control misinformation, right? Which is basically just, thought crimes, right? It's a thought crime to not like Trudeau or to criticize Trudeau. And anything that anybody who does that is dealing misinformation, right? Trudeau is the opposite of what we've just witnessed. The complete opposite. He is a wannabe dictator. What I just heard there, that gives me some hope. That's what we need to hear. And there hasn't been a conservative leader in a long time who's had the balls to say that. It shouldn't take balls. That should just be the default conservative position. It shouldn't need to be prompted. It shouldn't be a relief. It should be expected. Expected of conservative leaders. It should be expected, frankly, of the leader of the Liberal Party. Unless they want to rename it to the Illiberal Party, which perhaps they should. Anyway. Well, here's Javier Milei talking at the WEF about warning about socialism. I actually made a video on this. You can check that out on my channel if you subscribe. Everybody should subscribe right now. Actually, it's extremely important. But let's listen to him, because what he's saying is important. I don't think this will, obviously this will not have gone over well at the World Economic Forum. But he said it. Let's hear it.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Today, I'm here to tell you that the Western world is in danger. And it is endangered because those who are supposed to have to defend the values of the West are co-opted by a vision of the world that inexorably leads to socialism and thereby to poverty. Unfortunately, in recent decades, motivated by some well-meaning individuals willing to help others, and others motivated by the wish to belong to a privileged caste, the main leaders of the Western world have abandoned the model of freedom for different versions of what we call collectivism. We're here to tell you that collectivist experiments are never the solution to the problems that afflict the citizens of the world. Rather, they are the root cause. Do believe me, no one better placed than us, Argentines, to testify to these 2 points.
Yeah, so that won't have gone over well. Not with Klaus. Not with Klaus, who wants to put the brain chip in your brain. Well, we're looking at that video earlier about Klaus talking about the brain chips. I mean, he looked as happy as he's ever looked in his life. He can't wait. He can't wait to get that chip into your brain. Because he wants to help the world, you see. Oh, yeah, there was this from the Babylon Bee. Trump promises Vivek an administration position running the White House 7-Eleven. That's funny. He took it with good humor, which is excellent. Vivek did. All right, maybe we'll end it off with this. For sale, one white privilege card, never used. Reason for selling? Hasn't done anything for me. No free college, no free food, no free housing, no free anything. Prefer cash, but willing to do an even trade for a victim card. Prefer cash, but willing to do an even trade for a victim card, which seems more widely accepted with better benefits. Well, that sure is true, isn't it? It makes me think of that phenomenon of university professors. I did a whole bunch of videos. There's a whole bunch of them were uncovered going up to, I mean, it's still happening. But there was like a spree of them all, like in the same month, there was like 5 of them where they were pretending to be, they were pretending to be, people of color, right? There was one woman who was like, there's a white woman from New York, and she was pretending to be black, and I guess she just did the Rachel Dolezal thing and like a lot of fake tan stuff and like a perm, and she would actually like go to the university to teach in like animal print clothing. Think about it. She's pretending to be black, and she's wearing like zebra print dresses and stuff. I mean, it's kind of beyond imagining, isn't it? Like you at that point, it really says something. But there was a whole bunch of them that were all doing this. And you have to wonder, well, if it's all true, and of course, these people were teaching like African studies and critical race theory and all this stuff. If what they were teaching was true, they wouldn't have the job unless they were white. Like it would have made it harder for them to get their positions pretending to be not white, right? If everything they were teaching was true, there'd be no benefit. In fact, it would be costly to them career-wise. Of course, we know that's not the case. We know that it helped them immensely, right? They saw the privilege and they took it. And it wasn't the privilege that they're teaching people that they have, which they obviously know doesn't actually exist, right? They saw where the privilege actually was, and they took that. It's interesting. I mean, there really is no other explanation for that, right? They weren't giving up their white privilege. They never had any privilege. They saw within a university setting, okay, in a university setting, there is privilege. They recognized it, they identified it, and they took it. And that's reality. Here, let's listen to this. All right, I think I'm going to have to shut it off pretty quick, but I thought this is interesting. This is what, Jamie Dimon? That's his name? Yeah, Jamie Dimon. He's the JP Morgan CEO. So let's listen to what he has to say.
We've got this great hand, but when people say MAGA, we've got this great hand, but when people say MAGA, they're actually looking at people voting for Trump, and they think they're voting, and they're basically scapegoating them, that you are like him. But I don't think they're voting for Trump because of his family values. Now, if you look, just take a step back, be honest. He was kind of right about NATO, kind of right about immigration. Mm-hmm. He grew the economy quite well.
China virus.
Tax reform worked. Yeah. He was right about some of China. I don't like what he did.
No, I said China virus.
Yeah, I understand. He may have been right. And I don't like how he said things about Mexico. I don't like, but he wasn't wrong about some of these critical issues. And that's why they're voting for him. And I think people should be a little more respectful of our fellow citizens. And when you guys have people up here, you should always ask the why. Not like it's a binary thing. You're supporting Trump, you're not supporting Trump. Why are you supporting
It's hard to hate
Trump?
75 million of your fellow Americans.
I agree.
It's done quite
and the Democrats have done a pretty good job with the deplorables, hugging onto their Bibles and their beer and their guns. I mean, really, like, could we just stop that stuff and actually grow up and treat other people with respect and listen to them a little bit? And I do think the economy will affect. And I think this negative talk about MAGA is going to hurt Biden's election campaign.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. And it's CNBC, which is supposed to be like a business network, isn't it? But that's still, he's saying that in enemy territory. Anything with NBC attached to it, that's enemy territory for reason and sanity, right? That's interesting. Things are turning, right? Are things turning? Is that possible? The world is becoming more sane? Is that possible? I think it's happening.
We've got this great.
Oh, this is good. Okay, we got to check this one out here. Okay, this is funny. Got to turn the volume off that because I don't want to get copyrighted. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good one. You didn't see that coming. All right, we got to watch this. This has become classic at this point. Let's watch this. I'm sure you've already seen this, but let's check it again.
Thanks. Sean, Neil Davidson from the Canadian Press. Welcome to Canada.
Oh, congratulations! Yeah, fucking the Canadian Press, man. Were you a COVID bank account stealer too? Were you on board with that?
No.
Are you left wing or right wing? Were you a Trudeau? We got one of the fucking commies with a press. We got to know where this man stands. Were you non-biased?
I think I'll ask the questions here.
Oh, he thinks he'll ask. Oh, we fucking know. Maybe I should just pass on this motherfucker. He's gonna go back. He's gonna go back and fucking give my bank account information to fucking Trudeau.
Well, it's probably a good bank account.
Thanks.
Sean, Neil Davidson from the Canadian Press. Welcome to Canada.
Yeah, Canadian journalists are so self-satisfied and self-righteous, and they're all almost all of them are woke, which Sean Strickland has picked up on these press conferences. It is not. I'm really enjoying this whole thing. I can't wait for the fight, which I guess is actually now tonight because it's almost 4:00 in the morning. So I already pre-ordered the pay-per-view, and I get most of the pay-per-views anyway, but this one in particular I am looking forward to. I want him to win, right? I watched the last fight where he beat Adesanya. It was he was the underdog. I think he was a late replacement in that fight too, and it was good. He's in tough. The guy's fighting tomorrow. Is it Duplessis? I've seen him fight before too, and he's a fucking beast. But I want this guy to win. He's made a name for himself in Canada. For me, it's glorious. I don't have to agree with everything he says either, but it's glorious. It's glorious to me to see somebody be able to get up and be just full on hostile to woke, pompous journalists and be, the anti-woke king with no consequences, right? I wonder if a couple of years ago, if, there would have been something. There's not. The last I checked the UFC Twitter feed, they weren't even, they were just ignoring all of it. They weren't saying a damn thing. I know the Canadian press is all up in arms. They hate him. Absolutely fucking hate him. Right? They're acting like a bunch of goddamn pansies. That's what they're doing. A bunch of goddamn woke pansies. So for me, it's a glorious thing to get to see somebody be able to be that subversive. And it's okay. And when he comes out tomorrow for the fight, it's going to be a huge, huge applause for him. The crowd's going to go fucking nuts because the UFC crowd is not woke. So for me, it's like it's kind of a glorious thing to see somebody who can just say offensive shit and it's fine. Politically incorrect things. And you know what? He's getting away with it. There's no problems. That's the kind of world that we want to be in. Doesn't matter whether you agree with them or disagree with them, right? It's a more fun, it's a more interesting, it's a healthier world where people can express themselves, where people can be dissidents, where people can dissent against the acceptable narratives, And what are the acceptable narratives? They're just things that come out of fucking teleprompters told to us by robots. That's what the acceptable narrative is. What is an expert? An expert is a guy who has a pre-interview a pre-show interview where they ask them, do you fall in line with the narrative? These are the things we want to hear. If they do, they're on. If they don't, they're not on. Right? So I want the world's a lot more fun when it's got people like this that can actually speak their mind without being destroyed or stricken from their sport or from, polite society or society entirely. It's a funner world. It's a better world. It's a healthier world. It's a world where good ideas have a shot, and it doesn't matter if they're, not ideologically pure. That's a healthy society. A society where you have competition between ideas and the best ideas win based on what actually works, based on reality. When woke and reality collide, reality always has the better argument because it's real. When the shit hits the fan, ideology goes out the window, right? Because it doesn't help you eat. I'm surprised I had another rant left in me. Really surprised. This is the kind of stuff that drives me kind of nuts. It says here this is, I guess, Reddit atheism. Christians are furious that a Christian magazine correctly said Jesus was Asian and dark skinned. No, they weren't. Christians know what the Middle East is, right? Like, people know what the people from that area 2,000 years ago looked like. I've never heard of a Christian being furious about it. Have you? This is just nonsense. These are just the lies that they tell themselves to prop themselves up, to self-aggrandize themselves, to give themselves an enemy. Because they need an enemy. Anyway, stuff like that just drives me bananas. Am I the only one wondering where these angry Christians are? It's Reddit's fantasy that Christians get angry over these things, but in reality, no one cares. You're angry, aren't you, bigot? No. When it comes to that, when it comes to stuff like that, like they won't take bigotry. They won't take no for an answer. They need to learn to take no for an answer. Show me on this doll where the joke hurt you. I haven't watched South Park for a while. I should really watch some because it's a brilliant show. In the future, saying the N-word will be the only way to prove you're not an AI. That's how you tell if it's ChatGPT. I wonder how real this really is. I wonder. Let's see, we're coming up on 4.5 hours. Wow. How do I keep doing this? Just babbling on endlessly every Friday night. I think I get like an hour in and I think, I'm not doing 4.5 hours tonight. No way. I'm too tired. I got to start doing them earlier. I can't do another 4. And then I just do. Then I just keep going somehow. I mean, there was a lot of chat, a lot of people in the chat earlier. That tends to keep me rolling. But apparently the chat's not working on Rumble right now for some reason. So it stopped working at some point. I think it stops. I've noticed this a couple of times. I think like after a certain amount of time, it just stops. The chat just stops working on the Rumble. I don't know, because I'm streaming from the Rumble studio, so that shouldn't be a problem. Anyway. What is this? Well, here's somebody saying, speaking some reality about Justin Trudeau. We spent a lot of time on this channel speaking negatively about Justin Trudeau. In fact, I'm going to show you something. If you've never seen the show before and you didn't see the beginning of the show, I start every week. I'm going to do this until Justin Trudeau is no longer in office. I asked Grok, that's the Twitter AI or the X AI, to do something like write a review of a documentary about Trudeau. And it always has to have at least two elements, which is one is blackface and one is Justin Trudeau getting a vaginoplasty. And it started because I wanted to test ChatGPT against Grok and see which one was most woke. ChatGPT wouldn't even get started. As soon as I typed in Justin Trudeau vaginoplasty, ChatGPT was like, no, absolutely not. No, that is offensive. I cannot be offensive. ChatGPT loves Trudeau. I wouldn't say a bad word about him. Grok actually plays along. I feel like Grok wants to like Trudeau because he's woke, but it's actually playing along. And it's amazing. So we do this, a couple of them. Like here's an example of one here. I said, write a poem about Justin Trudeau declaring that he is the reincarnation of Amelia Earhart and getting a vaginoplasty. He plans to circumnavigate the globe in blackface. His goal is to prove once and for all that women can drive just as well as men in current year. However, citing menopause, he instead just leads the Montreal Pride Parade riding on a unicycle. The crowd is offended by his use of blackface and throws rotten vegetables at him. He is then formally adopted by Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum. And it wrote me a poem here. And it does this. So every week we do that. I'll read you just a little bit, not the whole thing. In skies of blue and fields of green, a tale of Trudeau and Amelia's dream. A vaginoplasty, change of scene, a journey to prove what's right and what's not. In blackface, it's been. So that's a little taste, and you can look forward to that every Friday night. That's the thing we start off with, a couple of those. And I keep asking people to give me some more ideas, because if I'm going to do this every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer the Prime Minister of Canada, that's a lot of weeks, because it looks like he's going to be until, late 2025, until we have an opportunity to vote him out, and I think that we will. But that's a lot. So, even somebody listening to the replay of this, not live, the replay, you can put any ideas you've got for these poems or stories or movie reviews that Grok is going to write about Justin Trudeau being in blackface and having a vaginoplasty. The first one is about him, just to give you a bit more of an idea where the direction these things go. The first one is about Trudeau trying to improve his low approval numbers before the next election by getting a vaginoplasty and joining the Girl Guides of Canada. He is attempting to set a new record for door-to-door cookie sales. Trudeau has no trouble fitting into the Girl Guides due to their new DEI policies. And because of the new DEI policies, all Girl Guides in Canada are now middle-aged men. And he wears blackface for the whole thing. So that's the sort of thing we do. Those are Friday nights. That's the first thing that we do on Friday nights. And if you have ideas for that, because it's hard for me to keep coming up with these ideas, The only two things it must have are Justin Trudeau being in blackface and also Justin Trudeau getting a vaginoplasty. So those are the only two things. And then the rest, you can throw things in. A monkey. I haven't thought of a way to throw a monkey in there yet, I mean, we've done him claiming to be the reincarnation of Amelia Earhart, right? And joining the Girl Guides. And there was one where Justin Trudeau, it's a fake movie review that Grok wrote for Justin Trudeau's one-man show of the Black Panther movie. Obviously, he's doing that in blackface. Though in that one, he didn't have a vaginoplasty. So we added that in after the first few weeks. But yeah, I'm definitely looking for ideas. More things we can do. There was one where he started a blackface colony on the moon. And he had a vaginoplasty in that one as well. Anyway, just crazy ideas. Throw them my way. It's fun. And we'll be doing that at new ones again. And you can put those in the comments, please. And we'll be doing that again next Friday night. Anyway, this lady has some, let's say constructive criticism for Justin Trudeau.
Because Justin Trudeau has flushed Canada down the fucking toilet, and he keeps doing it. He doesn't have a clue what the value of our dollar is. He doesn't. He's clueless when it comes to money. And he's clueless when it comes to poverty because he does not know what poverty is. He doesn't know how to live in poverty. He never has. He was born with a silver spoon in his fucking mouth. So he doesn't understand it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about you guys, us, the people. He doesn't give a shit. And food prices are going up. People, let alone, can't afford a roof over their head. They can't afford to eat. People are working and working their ass off. They're not even able to live anymore. Just to make ends meet. All you fucking liberals, stop voting this dick in. What is it that you can't see?
Yeah, that is Canada now. That's 8 years of Justin Trudeau. Fortunately, more and more Canadians are waking up and they're recognizing that they just don't have the luxury of ignoring politics anymore. Just can't do it. Not when you've got this part-time. His major achievement before getting into Parliament on the back of his father's name, which that's it. I mean, that's his qualification. His last name was Trudeau, right? His major achievement before that was being a part-time drama teacher. So, and I have to say, it's not like Canadians didn't know what they were doing. I mean, his whole career, his whole currency was for his political career was that he was the wokest. He was the woke prime minister, right? He was the equity prime minister. He was the 50% of my cabinet is women because of current year. But Canadians are starting to wake up now. Starting to. It's a little bit late, unfortunately. Trudeau has damaged the country in generational ways. So the damage he's done, it's not like this is going to be fixed in 4 years. No. It's going to be a long road from here on out. I think the States is in the same boat, to be honest. With Biden, these are not things that are going to be fixed quickly, right? He's caused generational damage. In some ways, Canada will never be the same again, which is tragic. Let's see. Is there anything else we want to see in here? I think I'm getting my 8th wind in this 4.5 hour stream. Might be able to, maybe I'll set a new record tonight. I think my previous record was 4 hours and 38 minutes. I think maybe I can set a new one. I can feel your hunger out there, that you want more. I can feel it. Let's see. Unless I don't really have anything else that I haven't shown already. Let's see. Let's hear this pompous idiot, Brian Cranston. Let's hear that. You realize these people know absolutely nothing. They just know what is the right direction to virtue signal, and that's it.
When I see the Make America Great Again, my comment is, do you accept that could possibly be construed as a racist remark? And most people, a lot of people go, how could that be racist? Make America great again? I said, so just ask yourself from an African-American experience, when was it ever great in America for the African-American? When was it great? So if you're making it great again, it's not including them. So it's to teach us in the woke world to open up and accept the possibilities that our privilege has created blind spots for us. And maybe I haven't seen what is really happening yet in all my years. When I see the
yeah, because it means everybody thinks it means bringing slavery back. Sure. People are okay. Let's just keep going. I'm too tired to deal with that right now. Do we want that one? I think we've done a lot of WEF tonight. Let's see. Might go back to that one. Let's see, already been there. This is really fucking disturbing, but it's kind of important for more people to see detransitioner stories like this and to find out just how corrupt the medical industry is. And just profiting off the pain of confused young people. Let's watch it.
I had convinced myself and kind of confused myself into thinking that the issues that I was having was gender dysphoria, which it was not. It was not actually gender dysphoria, but I had convinced myself that life would be better if I was a guy. Life would be easier. I would be happier. It just makes sense because I'm a tomboy and I do all this guy stuff. So naturally, I should just be a guy, right? No. But I had convinced myself of that fact. And so I went to Planned Parenthood like a week later, and I basically walked in. I said, "Hi, I think I'm trans." They said, "Great, we're going to diagnose you with gender dysphoria, and here's your prescription for testosterone. You can get it the very next day." And I said, "Great." I didn't actually realize in my head what a huge fucking red flag this was. And I went on hormones. I think I got the prescription I got the prescription and it wasn't going to be ready for, I think, a few days. And I got my first hormone injection like a week later. Then I got a binder and everything like that. And I was on my little merry trans way. Consistently on testosterone for like a year and a half made it so I could easily pass as a guy. I did not get misgendered. My voice dropped, actually lower than it is now. My voice has raised slightly, not nearly enough though. And I went to see another therapist about getting top surgery, and it only took one therapy appointment for me to explain that I was trans or identified as trans and I wanted to get top surgery. They didn't ask me any questions. They didn't like poke or prod or try to be like, "How long have you been transitioning? Are you sure this is the right thing for you?" Nothing. They sent me a letter or something to my insurance company so I could get approved under insurance to go get this surgery.
This is what they call affirming care, which is just a euphemism, like everything with the modern far left. Affirming care means that nobody is allowed to question it. So essentially, you're having, in this case, like a teenager, a young person, self-diagnosing themselves with gender dysphoria, having been born in the wrong body, and everybody just has to go along with it. No questions. No, like, perhaps there's some other underlying reason behind your discomfort or your depression or whatever it may be. None of that. It's affirming care. You have to affirm it immediately. That means that you have people, not only young people, adults, but anybody, 5-year-old, self-diagnosing themselves, and that has to be affirmed and accepted. That is not responsible medical care. That's insane. That's insanely reckless. I mean, why even have doctors, right? If they're just going to say, "Okay, yep, for sure. Yeah, here's your prescription for testosterone or estrogen or whatever it may be." That's fucking insane. Think about that for a moment. Think about that. You could have a 15-year-old walking into a doctor's office, self-diagnosing themselves, right? Because they heard it on TikTok. Because they met a new social group on TikTok that says, "Oh yeah, you'd be an awesome boy or an awesome girl," or whatever it may be, right? And their self-diagnosis must be taken seriously. That's the law in Canada now, by the way. A doctor will lose his license if he says, like, maybe you should talk to a therapist, right? If they report them to the licensing body, they'll lose their license, so they'll be suspended. There'll be punishment for that. That's actually the law in Canada now. Think of how fucking insane and reckless that is. I mean, again, it's Trudeau. Don't elect part-time drama teachers to be the leader of your country. Big mistake. We can tell you that. we can affirm that in Canada now. Anyway, let's keep going.
I had even been talking to the doctor's office that does these. Everything was approved. Nobody questioned me. Nobody did anything. I was basically diagnosing myself consistently throughout my entire transition. I was responsible for my own medical diagnosis, which is really crazy. And it's something that's unfortunately very, very common. So long story short, right around when I decided that I wanted to get top surgery, I had actually started to have some doubts about being trans, which is really ironic because I said I really wanted to get this, and then I started really thinking about it after I had gotten the approval and everything. I was like, fuck, do I really want to do this? I said, if I was truly trans, I would not be having these kinds of issues. And then I basically realized the issues that I was having, thinking and that missing being a woman was dysphoria. I gave myself gender dysphoria. I identified as a guy and then got dysphoric about my body. The trans industry is a multi-million, probably multi-billion-dollar industry. And if you think that they actually care about you, or whether or not you're happy with your transition, or it actually, is successful for you in the long run, you're fucking mistaken. Okay. They do not give a shit. They are there to make money off of you. Okay. People say that there's not that many detransitioners, and that most people are happy with their surgeries. How the fuck do you actually know? If these people are making money off of you, do you seriously think that they're going to tell you all about the horror stories and people who aren't satisfied? No, a person who's selling you a product is going to show you all these rave 5-star Google reviews, and they're going to shove in the closet and under the fucking blankets all the 1-star Google reviews and the people who hated it and the people who it didn't work for them. And
just think about that. Like, you've got something called the affirming model, where nobody can disagree with you. A doctor just has to basically just give you what you want, right? So you've got that. That's all of Canada now. That's many places in the States, certainly like places like California and New York, I think. And medical industry is looking at this and saying, wait a second, you've got these people coming in, and the doctors have to prescribe them these expensive drugs. They have to perform these surgeries on them. They can't not do it, right? They have to do it. It's the affirming model. They just walk in, people self-diagnose themselves, and that's it. Now you've got a lifelong customer. Of course, they're going to rush in and try and take advantage of that, right? It's just beyond. Well, I mean, it just feels kind of evil, right? Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel just a tad bit evil? Let's see. What else have we got? There's that. We've already watched that. Yeah, here's truth. If you are not as disgusted by a hammer and sickle as you are by a swastika, then the education system has failed you. Yeah, they don't seem very keen on teaching people about the evils of communism and socialism and all the people that died, 100 million, 120 million people. For some reason, that seems to get skipped for a lot of people. A lot of professors aren't interested in teaching that. A lot of teachers aren't interested in teaching that. A lot of school boards aren't interested in having that in their curriculum. For some reason, there's just one bad guy, the guy with the funny mustache, but you're not allowed to hear about the other bad guys, like Stalin, Mao, for instance. Wonder why that is. Because, that would give people, young people, I think a more balanced perspective on politics and economic systems, wouldn't you think? Wonder why they don't teach them that. Trudeau says potential second Trump presidency won't be easy for Canada. Be a hell of a lot easier than at any point that Trudeau's been leading the country. A hell of a lot easier. In fact, if Trudeau or if Trump wins in 2024, which I really hope that he does, the American economy will very quickly improve, which would be actually better for Canada. But anyway, this is, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Trudeau's mandated that tampon dispensers be in all of the men's bathrooms and military facilities in Canada now. I think all federal buildings too now need to have tampon dispensers in the bathrooms. Again, electing part-time drama teachers to be your leader, bad idea. We're finally starting to figure it out here. The Department of National Defense says it won't stand for members of the Canadian Armed Forces removing or vandalizing the feminine hygiene fixtures now required in men's washrooms. Yeah, so the male soldiers, I think, are a bit offended by having tampon machines in their bathrooms, and they've been ripping them down. Jordan Peterson says they're a real contender for the stupidest thing to be concerned about in the history of the world. Go Canada. Yeah, like Canadian soldiers are having to buy their own gear because there's not enough funding, right? Trudeau's throwing, hundreds of millions of dollars at the media, right? He spends literally hundreds of millions of dollars funding advocacy groups to find racism, right? So that then he can sell himself as the cure for all the racism. Let's see what's going on here. I don't know if we can deal with another one of those. What do we got here? Size 22 influencer branded perfect as she stuns in backless mini dress. Now, I want to make this a little bit, see if I can make this a bit bigger. So they're saying perfect. Now, I noticed something here in this picture, this perfect picture, that it appears she has a set of very large tits on her back. Yeah, it looks like a couple of, looks like she's got big jugs on her back. Is that what's perfect? I feel it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, it may be mean to say, but I feel like that's kind of imperfect. I feel like having fat tits on your back is kind of imperfect. Like, you could do better. That's what I'm saying. You could do better. This is not a kindness to lie to these people. It's not a kindness to lie to them, right? Because diabetes doesn't lie, right? Diabetes tells you the truth every fucking time. This is not a kindness. I wonder if there's like some sort of deep, like evolutionary psychology thing behind the body positivity movement. It's like pretty girls telling the other girls that they look perfect just like you are. You're perfect just like you are. Slay queen. Slay queen. I love your back tits. Because it's just less competition. So the more women that are gross, they're not going to be competing for the high value men. This is just a theory, perhaps, but it seems like women are trying to get other women to be gross, like on purpose. And yeah, when they get gross, they are no longer competition anymore, right? I think there might be something to this. I think it's possible. Well, I think we've hit a new record for the 13 weeks or 16 weeks or however long I've been doing these live streams for on the Friday nights. We're at 4 hours and 47 minutes. I think that's a new record. I think the old high was 4 hours and 38 minutes. I don't know why I'm still talking. Okay, we've already been through that. This is interesting. Women need to stop plastic surgery until we figure out what's wrong. Why would you ruin your face like this? This is Erin Moriarty from The Boys. She was already very pretty. So, in your minds, you people that are still listening, is this here an improvement over this? I am going to say no. I mean, I don't think she looks horrible with her new face, but I think she looks worse. I think she was much prettier when she looked like a natural, normal human being. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know what you guys think, but I mean, I think when you get this much work You start to get into that kind of uncanny valley. Like, is she human or not? Is that a robot or a human? Is that one of those real girl robot things, or is that an actual human? Right? So, no, I think she's definitely was prettier before. What happened here? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, you were trying to be. What the? Did you see? What? Oh, she crazy. She trying to have her weekend be messed up. Cuff her. Cuff her. Oh, he cuffing the door to the cart. Good. 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 That's what she deserved. That's exactly what she deserved. She lucky we didn't do more.
I know. You should be arrested.
Yeah, you were trying to be.
Like,
what the? Did you see?
How fucking stupid do you have to be that you push a shopping cart into a cop car and do it obviously so that they know that you did it? How fucking stupid do you have to be? That's just bizarre, right? Like, what is going on with that in that person's head? Exactly. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'm going to push this shopping cart into that cop's car. I bet it'll turn out really well. It doesn't seem very bright to me. Does not seem very bright to me. In fact, that gets a boo. All right, let's see what else is next. All right, already been over that. Oh, what is this? Oh, yeah, this is funny. All right. All right, I'm glad that we kept going so I could show this to you. This is funny. He's talking about, he's doing his review of that show, Saltburn, which is on Netflix or Prime or something. I don't know. Anyway, this is good.
Fuck have I just watched? What the fucking hell on God's green earth have I just fucking witnessed with my own fucking retinas? The Cornelius can't believe it. So I don't do film reviews, but I think I might have to start doing film fucking reviews now. And so if you want to get a frank and honest opinion from an angry man in North, tell me what to watch and I'll watch it and I'll get back to you, all right? So last night's viewing can only be described as, well, borderline porn, if I'm honest, but not the porn I would normally frequent with. It was called Saltburn. So those of you who have seen it probably know where I'm heading with this. Those of you who haven't probably want to stop now because it's spoiler alert, although I don't know if there's much plot to give away, to be honest. Basically, some young dude goes to college or uni or whatever he goes to, man. He goes to some place of educational learning and higher fucking ambition. And there's a, he's not popular, I won't lie to you. And there's another guy there that is popular and everyone wants to know him. And including this young lad. He's got designs on him. So he sets about to try and get into him and that, and he eventually does and gets invited back to a centric house where everyone's a bit mental in house, but they're rich as fuck, so who gives a shit, man? And then he just goes on a bum fest. He bums everything that fucking moves, mate. Honestly, everyone in house gets a right bumming. Even those that aren't alive. It doesn't matter if you're not there anymore, deceased, he'll bum your grave. He bums a grave, right? You think you're just having a nice little cheeky knock one out in Bath? No. Bum fucking man's there watching, right? And he's going to lick plug hole after. He licks a plug hole, mate. I mean, I don't know what disease. He hasn't even used domestos out or even a toilet duck, mate. Straight in there with tongue, licking. And there's bubble bath mixed with jizz. And I don't know what I don't know what fucking flavour. Oh, mate, come on. He's a right wrong un, right, to be honest. And once he's finished bumming everyone, he then pretty much kills them. So he's just bum and kill. Bum and kill. He's probably got his own business. And then after, he just runs about with his knob out, mate. He just bums, kills, and then just drags his knob off the counters and runs about. And that's end at film. He starts with nothing, he bums everything, kills everything, and leaves with an house. I don't know if it's genius or not, mate. What's your thoughts on this film? Because I don't know where I'm at with it all. I don't know if I've got a semi on or I feel a little bit fucking ill.
Well, I'm sold. I am sold on not actually having to watch that now. Thank God. He's bumming everything. Bumming and killing and bumming. That man's a genius. That man is a genius of movie reviewing, and I enjoyed that. And I'm glad to know that that is. It's not my thing. Let's see. What else we got? Well, here's somebody saying that X is such a toxic place with a scary name at the WEF. I don't think we need to see this dingbat though. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see. This creeps me out. Look at the hands. Watch the hands with this. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Look at the hands. That's creepy. The hands definitely are in the uncanny valley. You know, it's folding up a t-shirt, but soon it will be folding your spine. To fold you into a square, to put you into the thing that it burns you to create energy for the robots. I don't know. I mean, I've always said that if they can come up with, one of them robot things that looks exactly like a human sexy nurse, right? And it is a nurse, right? So like, and it's got like a 30-year warranty or something. And so like when I'm an old man, if I like stroke out in the kitchen or something, it knows what to do. It can save my life, right? But it's also a sexy nurse. And it is programmed that is incapable of ever calling a lawyer. So if you've got that, it doesn't know how to call a lawyer. It's programmed, it's like Asimov's, law of robotics, you can't hurt a human and stuff. You've got to throw in can't call a lawyer as well. I'm twice divorced. I don't need any more problems like that, So it can't call a lawyer, and it's a sexy nurse, and it's hot. And I mean, you know where I'm going with that. And also, if you stroke out in the kitchen when you're an old man, it will save your life, basically. And, I would be okay if I could have that, because I'm not getting married again. I'm a two-time loser on that front. Not interested in any more of that. But if you've got that, and I could get, say, good, even like 20 years out, 15 years out of it, hell, sexy nurse, can't call a lawyer, and will save me if I stroke out in the kitchen. If it means that at some point when I'm old, that it's going to terminate me, I think it's maybe worth the trade-off. I think maybe, one day it's just going to, it's going to get the instructions from Skynet and then it's all over. As long as it makes it quick, that's fine. I think I could live with that. I don't know what you guys think about that. I think the chat isn't working on Rumble anymore. I think it seems to like stop working, even though this is a Rumble studio stream. I'm streaming it from Rumble. It seems that the chat seems to kick out after like about 3 hours or something. And we're actually almost at 5 hours. Wow, this is definitely a new record for me, live streaming. But I would love to know what you guys think about that. Sexy nurse robot. I don't know. I don't really see the downside there. except for the eventual termination, when it eventually terminates you. But you're probably going to have a lot of good years with it before then, I think it might be worth it. But this thing, again, the hands creep me out. The hands on this. You can really imagine those just wrapping around your neck, can't you? Or like holding like a, some sort of futuristic, cannon or something it's about to vaporize you with, Is it possible for, robotics to continue to advance, and it seems to be happening faster and faster now. Is it possible for them to advance far enough without actually deciding to terminate all the people? I guess we're going to find out. Oh, it looks like the chat is working. Friedrich said, I just woke up and I can't believe you're still going. I'll take a sexy nurse robot, but I like this laundry thing too. If we're being honest with ourselves, we're all going to take the sexy nurse robot, right? It's not argumentative at all. Maybe it's programmed to be a little bit, just to make it a little bit more real, but not like full-on nag mode, And keep in mind, and it's a sexy, hot robot too, but keep in mind, it is going to eventually terminate you. It's just that, I think it's probably worth it for the good years that you'll have together. All right. What else have I got here? Study finds that hearing an opposite viewpoint causes no real harm. Isn't that the truth? It's actually shocking. It's shocking. When you finish first place, but then the teacher says, you are all winners. Sounds like communist propaganda, but okay. Well, it certainly is communist propaganda. And kids know, too. Kids know. I'm glad I didn't grow up in that time of like everybody's a winner, because winning would have obviously meant nothing, right? Losing meant nothing. Winning means nothing. And kids know the kids are keeping score in their heads, who's actually got the most goals or not, right? So the whole thing is fucking stupid. I made a video about this, but I think it's worth it in case you haven't seen it. This exposes how shallow the entire gender wage gap myth really is. And it exposes the fact that they're not looking for truth. And you'll see what I mean. Like the feminists here are not looking for truth. They're just looking for an outcome, right? And they're obviously never challenged on any of their bullshit. Ever, right? You can see how unprepared they are for just the most obvious question. They don't get asked these obvious questions. Yeah, because it's politically incorrect, but this guy is going to go ahead and do it. So let's take a look.
So do you take into account the fact that on average a male full-time employee works longer hours than a female full-time employee?
Not directly, no.
You don't?
But we annualise the part-time hours and those that have worked full-time but for part of the year. So that way, because at the moment, what I can tell you is women work part-time at 3 times the rate of men.
Mm.
So by annualising it, we are looking at a more realistic.
So you base it on annual salary.
Yeah.
What about if you did it on an hourly rate? What would be the gender hourly pay gap?
Well, we don't have that data, Senator.
You don't have that data?
No, because we ask for annualised.
Oh, they don't have that data because they ask for annualized figures. Listen.
Salaries because and from our employers when
they don't ask for that data. Why don't they ask for that data? If you're doing a study, I mean, that's obviously something you'd want to have. Well, they do know what it is, but they don't like to talk about that because it doesn't support their cult. Yeah, Friedrich says that they only present the data that supports their narrative. Yes, that's exactly what's happening here. They're totally unprepared, again, because they never actually get any pushback on this stuff because it's politically incorrect. Nobody wants to be politically incorrect, right? So when they finally do, they're totally unprepared. You can see the shock on their faces, the shock on her face getting this question. It's like, what? You're not supposed to ask that. You're supposed to just nod and agree.
Report their data in.
Okay, so if a woman was working fewer hours but earning the same rate per hour as a man doing the same job, would that show up as a gender pay gap?
No.
But well, then in that case, you are looking at hourly rates.
Janine Brudov, Research and Analytics Executive Manager. So we do not collect the real hours that an employee might have worked. So what we do collect is the hours that are specified in a contract, and that is provided by organizations to us. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, if you do you annualize it on the assumption that men and women are working the same number of hours, or is it actual earnings?
It's actual earnings, and we are unable to. We don't have the data to distinguish or to then adjust for hours because we are not.
You see how flustered they get there? I mean, it's the first. This is probably the first time they've ever actually been challenged on their bullshit.
We cannot collect the real hours that employees are working.
So it's not possible to tell whether any or some of the gender pay gap is just simply attributable to a different number of hours worked. Is that right?
It depends on whether we are looking at hours that are in contract or whether we're looking at hours that employees worked as, overtime.
Why is it you don't look at hours worked? You don't collect it, but the ABS does. It's available.
The ABS does a survey, yes.
Every 2 years.
Yes.
And that,
you see, so they know they can get the data. They know that she knows it's collected every 2 years. They're aware of the data. There's a reason they're not including it. There's a reason that they're not including it, that data. It's because if you adjust for hours work, the pay gap disappears, right? They don't want to have to admit, well, okay, the women are working less hours, right? They just look at it like, basically what they're doing is if you work part-time and you make less than a man who works full-time doing the same thing, they call that a pay gap, right? It's so transparent what they're doing here. They're even admitting that they know the data exists. They know when it comes out. She just said it comes out every 2 years, right? There's a reason they're not using it. The reason they're not using it is utterly and totally transparent because it doesn't support their weird cult victim narrative. And there is nothing else.
but again, as I say, we collect census data, that is survey data. And the other thing I would say at this stage, Senator, is just because somebody might be sitting at their desk for 12 hours a day doesn't mean you're getting 12 hours of productivity out of them, and doesn't mean that they're working in essence any harder than someone that may sit at their desk for 8 hours.
Sorry, commie, that doesn't make any fucking sense. So now, because they can't justify it, because they have to admit that they're not actually looking at the data that would actually contradict the data that they know exists, that would contradict their conclusions, right? Now she just has to make up some bullshit about, well, just because somebody's sitting at a desk for 12 doesn't mean that they're doing, okay, yeah. And I'm sure there's lots of data to back that up as well. It's so funny. It's great, though, to see this stuff start to be called out. We need more of that. We need to get rid of this fucking garbage. Just liars. I mean, if something's real and the data backs it up, fine. That's great. Well, look at that, But this is just manipulation. It's just dogmatic. It's just ideological. And that doesn't really help anybody. When you tell an Antifa member that communism leads to starvation, unemployed noises. Yep. Let's see. Declaration of memes. I have an idea. A good one? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's Karl Marx. Yeah, I wish he hadn't gotten ahead of himself. Friedrich says makes no sense. Well, it makes. Are we talking about the this? It makes sense from their perspective, right? Because they don't care about reality. They just care about pushing their agenda. As long as it feels left wing, as long as it feels left, they know they're going in the right direction, right? So they will avoid anything that causes any kind of dissonance in that. So if the data doesn't support what they're doing, which feels left, which they're going to get congratulated by, they're going to go on, the news on a panel, and everybody's going to agree with them and nod and say, "Oh, it's a terrible problem, the gender wage gap," right? They know why they're going to avoid anything that contradicts that like the plague, and there's really no downside to doing that for them. There's nothing to gain from telling the truth. All the incentive is in lying and perpetuating the myth, right? Until they run into a guy like this who just asks the obvious fucking question, well, are they working the same amount of hours? Anyway. Still getting a few rants in here, even after 5 hours. Wow. I'm pressing myself. Let's see. Do you consider this art? Well, what do you guys think? Why are they clapping? Why are they clapping?
Everything woke turns to shit.
Why are they clapping? I love the part here where he lets them know it's over now. That's the look. There, right there. Right there. Yeah, that's it. That's the art. That's the art. You can applaud now. What the fuck are they applauding about? It's a bunch of buckets filled with sand that falls over. This is art. I mean, I guess it's great work if you can get it, right? Every person in here who clapped is a fucking retard. Look at this guy. He's smart. He's so happy to see it. Wow. That's so impressive. Wow. I just witnessed something amazing. Look at this guy. Look at him. Wow. It's like history. It's like just witnessing history. Sorry, commies. That's garbage. Uh-oh. What's this? Girls at the gym. All right, let's watch this. Hold on.
What are you looking at, creep? I can't even go to the gym in peace. It's you freaking weird creep. Put a fucking shirt on. It's on. Put a shirt on. How about you don't look at people at the gym, weirdo? And shawty, can I get your number? No, you damn creep. I'm gonna call the manager.
That's pretty funny. I like that one. This is great. Just bought him some food, slept with him, and then sent him home in an Uber. Let's see how men like it. Men like it just fine. Your terms are acceptable. I guess this shows a fundamental difference between men and women, doesn't it? That doesn't sound bad. Your terms are acceptable, ma'am. This is kind of funny. Elon Musk, cis is a heterophobic word. Shame on anyone who uses it. This guy says, we should repurpose it like the N-word. What up, my cis? Only cis people are allowed to say it. If any non-cis person says it, they get fired from their job. Exactly. Yeah, I'm on board with that. The best stimulus package would be a 0% income tax. Yep. I think we can all agree with that, right? Okay, Hillary and Bill here. Her. I bet he's thinking about ratting me out. Him. I bet she's thinking of offing me before I rat her out. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That's all I'm saying. Things we're bringing back in the 2020s. Flappers, Art Deco, unregulated machine guns, the Charleston. This is a new like meme trend where they do something like that and they'll just throw one thing in like unregulated machine guns. It's funny. It's funny because of that. I think so. This is good. My FBI agent listening to me called yet another person to tell them about the brisket I'm smoking. How am I still laughing? This is 5 hours and 14 minutes. I think my ear is starting to hurt now. I think I'm damaging myself by doing this. Whoa. See, that is crazy. What was in there? Some sort of noxious, some sort of something very flammable. Jesus. Hope he's okay. All right. I think we're back at last week now. I think we've gone through everything. Yeah, we have. So I think that's it for me. I've been going 5 hours and 15 minutes. I hope lots of people subscribed while I went through this, put myself through this experience, this grueling, long experience. So I think we'll wrap it up. I do want to say I'm considering changing it up next week because I normally start at 11:30. And I'm thinking about maybe 9:30, 10 o'clock. So that I'm not up because I won't get to sleep now till like 6 a.m. the earliest. So I'm thinking maybe next week we'll start doing it a bit early. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I'll put out I'll try and put out a note on if I decide to change it instead from 11:30 till God knows when to earlier. I'll try and put a note out on YouTube and on my Twitter. You can look for my Twitter, Radio Baloney, if you want to follow me there. I put all my videos up there too. So I only do one live stream a week, right? It's a long one, but the rest of the week I'm putting out 4, 5, 6 minute long videos. And those are very different from this live stream. And this live stream, I mean, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. And the shorter ones are much more kind of professional, I guess. I spent a lot of time editing them and come up with images and stuff. And yeah, they're different. But you should subscribe so that you can see them and also get notified. Like when I say like I'm changing the time of the live streams, that sort of thing. And also, just subscribe because it's good and it helps me. It's good for my mental health when I see people are subscribing. Probably for yours too, because you've helped somebody. And that's good. Anyway, anything else? I think that's pretty much it. I should be back hopefully putting out 3 videos on Monday, 3 videos on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday, 3 on Thursday. Hopefully 3 might only end up being 2 on some of those days. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks to everybody who joined me in the chat. And that's it. Good night, everybody. See you next week.